Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up on a back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
You say you look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Deliberating stanzas, creating dancers, evaluate the masters, having meetings, debating the answers to the questions that be making the handler anxious. I can't be telling nothing I ain't experienced, kinda like selling a little fake deliverance, full of malevolence, hitting up your residence, taking care of his biz without leaving evidence, claiming heaven sent. What the fuck is this? When I take a trip to the abyss and meet the beast, I'm coming back with it. That's gold words coming from a spectacular man that froze when he found out he had a black hole where his soul's supposed to be. That's no way to see eternity. Maybe you believe, but some achieve the pearly gates and still proceed to think evil deeds. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What? Hit niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black and when the bottom of the ninth inning smacky please. The cat's wax, send him back. Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffle and cuff his hand to a cop. Nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shot, a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that bites bark, buds spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light and smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escapes and not a corpse is rough. Top half man and I'll be damned if that bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust, gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What? Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What can I say? Lay in my bed at night like it's a grave. Listen to the voices in my mind misbehave. Best to be glad that my mind is awake. Voices taking over days makes me afraid. Then I go to sleep cause the voices make me weak. If I reach out for the light, then I know they're gonna speak through mutilated teeth. I fumigated beef. I treat my lady sweet. Why do I gotta shriek in the night? Think I'm living right? My insomnia is bringing me to ride. Lunatic lyrical things to keep me from my dreams. I wake up and I scream. Reality to me ain't really what it seems. Imagine an old sad scene when you woke up with a cold sweat scream. Roll over on the floor, now you know what death means. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. 86 niggas.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yes. Yeah, Chaka not talking while he so distant. Yeah, Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah, he's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sights as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast, your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of living. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain. They give you lithium to get rid of that shit? I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot. I'm about to expose this. What's the prognosis?
They have medication, I don't know their diagnosis.
You niggas is some roaches. You wanna approach
The
this?
chopper stand for rage, so you can call it roasting.
Man, I ain't posting. You flow in slow motion.
Bang, bang, nigga, look how your chest is open.
Main thing is gonna change when he inflamed. Take over the fucking game.
The order 16 bars, and we know we go hard.
Hollywood Fonte, nigga, pass the cigars.
Je m'appelle Flame Flame, and your girl give brain.
Chica, señorita, mira, I got dick.
Little poquito, won't you go and swallow it?
Dolce Gabbana, I bought it, now you model
If
it.
your essay trick, then I'ma hit him with them hollow tips.
That shit hot flame, let's go and dive.
This that real hip hop,
Hey, flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop,
Hey, flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
They jockers in the game like a MJ fadeaway.
They gon' know my name, it ain't never gon' fade away.
One bullet plus your face, nigga, that equals a takeaway.
Bust through like a fullback, nigga, I'ma make a
Taking
way.
shots, young nigga, like a Steve Nash
Me
breakaway.
and Flame holding shit down like a fucking paperweight.
Working hard to kill a nigga, homie, you could call it Labor Day.
Use a bitch, homie, gon' drink on your haterade.
Rapping about where them quarters that we blitz you like a quarterback.
Where your daughter at? She into sacks like Warren Sapp.
Make you fumble your nuts like you was hit by a
You
cornerback.
wanna battle rap, so act like you want it, black.
Separate your nuts and put your brains where the cattle's at.
Time to go, nigga, get your ass in the Cadillac.
Lollygagging this shit, talking, nigga, we ain't having that.
Hip hop is coming back. Imagine that.
That real hip hop,
Flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop,
Hey, flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop, we won't flip flop. Watch when the album drop, that'll be something you cop. It's flaming chalk, man, nigga know that we hot.
We on the spot, nigga, and we not young jock. We got them Glocks pop.
Aim and pop, give me 3 seconds, let me reload the clock.
Tick, 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 goes the clock on the wall. Don't give a motherfuck that you all gon' fall. We all gon' ball. We up in the mall, buying anything we see.
We get enemy with the beef ready to creep. Chock, chock, and flame, flame, we on your street. Real hip hop shit, this really is classic. When I'm spitting off my tongue, it could get drastic, it could get nasty. Wrap you in plastic, show your boy that you ain't nothing but a bastard. Slash the actress
Flame, don't do them like that. They know that shit whack with them elementary raps. Why you even think about putting that on wax? Nigga, I'm spitting facts, the truth. When I strap up my black boots, my troops coming through.
I pop shots where your kids at. Put the Glock to your nuts and push your kids back like where your sperm like burn you like perm, and I bet you learn you ain't fucking with a flaming chalk, you're getting burnt.
Hey, hey, hey. And we ain't never heard nothing like this
We
before.
did that shit that y'all think that the flamers do, and we did that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
We the shit, nigga.
Hey, we ain't never heard nothing like this.
Chock on it.
We hot,
Oh boy.
and we not gonna stop.
Oh boy. Hey, yo.
We not gonna stop.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's what it is. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I done played the block and it's time to stop. Pop the blocks, then drop the top. Bunny have to say fuck the cops, they keep it hot up on my block. Keep an eye up in my pocket, you know the G and it can't be stopped. Flip the script with serving dip, keep the heat on Silent Hill. You know when I know that pure water just so cold. Riding on boats, slamming wood dough. Sipping on drinking, fucking these hoes. Riding on boats, pushing kilos. Me and my boys ball out of control. Got so much ice you can balance a Super Bowl. Me, Lil G, I can't be hoe. Look at my mouth, see number go. Fucking with a knife, will make you fold. Look at my room, see number polo. Step in the bed and in the studio. Over your nose and smell of smoke. Over your mouth and start to blow. Now you know we got that dope. Cause me and my boys ball out of control. We keyed up and G'd up. And we should've lost straight speed up. We should've decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going big, I'm fucked up. Nigga, we keyed up and G'd up. Once you lost straight speed up. We should've decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going back, I'm fucked up. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle.
Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. Bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gap that spits venom, you sitting black. And when the bottom of the ninth and it's smack, Iblis,
the cat's wax and I'm back.
cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffling cuff his hand to a cop, nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shock a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that fight ball, blood spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escaping out of corpse is rough. Top half man and I be damned if they bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus.
I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I'll tell it on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. Trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle. I'll trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle. I'll
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. I'm missing my pencil. Gotta have that. Apologize for being late, you guys. I was working on another digital release, and hopefully that'll be coming out soon. That's what I was working on. It made me tired. So yeah, man, soon, hopefully a lot of the songs that I play here at the beginning of the show will be available, on your streaming platforms. And that'll be good for the show too, because like if people do decide to like clip the show, then it'll send links back to my page, or give them a copyright strike like they do me. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's a good idea though, because I like to use the music. So, and then it gives people, hopefully, like people get addicted to some of the songs when they come to the show, and then they want to go and check it out. So, yeah, that's that. So, Free to Speak, kind of, is the name of the show today. And with the subtitle of "Do We Have Free Speech?" And that's a good question. And then, there's the thing. I don't know how much I'm gonna make it to, because it's quite a bit of stuff I kind of want to cover today. But it was a Russell Brand clip that talked about the Elon Musk Twitter situation, and we've been talking about it on and off in the show for a while, and the Russell Brand take on it was pretty interesting, I think. But it probably agree with Pat and them a lot, I think. Pat and Doc. I think Russell Brand agrees with y'all a lot, because that's what he was saying in the show. So I kind of want to dig into that a little bit. And I saw some stuff today related to like the lost books of the Bible. So I don't know why that caught my eye. So I kind of want to cover some of that. I think it's a couple of other things too, because I really want to get to the stuff that I been, the stuff I sent this week that I've been meaning to cover. But we did a good job of covering that family thing yesterday. I think we did a really good job of covering a lot of different angles on it. So I don't know how much more I want to cover that. So hold on, let me see. Oh, okay. And the other thing is Israel and Gaza. But that's funny because I think we touched on that a little bit, but it's been going on for a couple of days. It seems like every time at this time of the year when the Muslims are celebrating Ramadan, that Israel starts, firebombing mosques and shit. And then it pisses Hamas off, and then they start sending rockets into Israel, and then Israel starts fucking blowing the hell out of Palestine. And that's pretty much what happened. Is this the one? This one. Let me play that. And then that'll give me a chance to kind of get myself together and give a chance for the people to get in here too. Because whenever I'm late, it kind of throws everything off. And I'm falling in love with this damn news channel, this India news channel. It's pretty cool. The people are pretty too, so that helps. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Some of the most beautiful women I think come from India. I'm sorry. It's just how I feel.
And the Palestinian territory. In the latest, Israel has carried out its first airstrikes on the Gaza Strip in months. The strikes are said to be in response to a rocket fired from the Palestinian enclave. The Israeli military said that at first it shot down a rocket fired from the Gaza Strip. No Gaza faction claimed responsibility for the launch. In response to the launch from Gaza into Israel, Israeli airstrikes hit camps used by Hamas and other Gaza factions. Israel Defense Forces targeted a mass weapons manufacturing site in Gaza. No one was hurt. The attack in months follows tensions over Flashpoint Jerusalem Shrine Al-Aqsa. The rocket attack and retaliatory air raid follow a weekend of Israeli-Palestinian violence in and around Jerusalem's Flashpoint Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. More than 170 people, mostly Palestinian demonstrators, were wounded. The violence recalled clashes from last year that helped fan an 11-day war. Palestinians accuse Israel of encroaching Al-Aqsa during the Muslim holy month of Ramzan. Israel says Palestinian protesters seek to disrupt Muslim prayer for political ends. Today, the UN Security Council will meet over violence around Jerusalem's holy site. The conflict has drawn angry pro-Palestinian rhetoric from Jordan as well, and mediation efforts by the United States. The tensions complicate Israel's security ties with Jordan, which is a custodian of Al-Aqsa and has a Palestinian majority. Jordan's King Abdullah earlier told UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres that Israel's Al-Aqsa policy seriously undermines chances of it making peace with the Palestinians. Jordan also summoned Israel's acting ambassador for a reprimand, escalating the rhetoric. Jordanian Prime Minister has lauded those throwing stones at the Jews. Taking note of the statement, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said Israel does not accept the statements, blaming Israel for the violence that it is subjected to and encouraging stone throwing.
לשם כך אנחנו גם מקימים שני יישובים חדשים ברמת הגולן, היישוב אסיף بيشوف مكان.
وهنا لابد لي أن أحيي كل فلسطيني وكل من موظفي الأوقاف الإسلامية الأردنية الواقفين بشموخ مثل المآذن أولى مطلقين حجارهم وابلا سجيلا على كل المتصهينين المدنسين في حماية الحكومة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في المسجد الأقصى. وأخطر التجليات التي تمت يوم أمس الأول عندما كان هناك محاولة لمسنا منها أن هناك مدخلا قد تصدينا له ونتصدى له لإجراء أو محاولة.
Basically, and just in case y'all wondering,
I couldn't hear you.
You can't hear.
כולם לחגוג בירושלים, ובראש...
In case you guys are wondering how they treat Palestinian refugees, just know they treat them just like Haitian refugees. They're not going to treat them like the Ukrainian
Palestine
refugees, that's for sure. I'm going to play a little bit of this one to get some more clarity on this topic right quick.
Oh, wait a minute. You think people even care about Palestinians?
That's what's sad, bro. I mean, like, humans are humans, right? I mean, what the hell? You know, why should we care about Ukrainians over Palestinians? You know?
Or Yemens.
Or anybody.
Yemenis, I don't know what they call singularly, but
Guyana, you talking about Guyana?
No, Yemen.
Yemen, yeah, Yemenis, that's what they call it.
Yemenis, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Yemen is going through it. Yeah.
Getting their ass handed to them.
And then everybody just like, oh my God, Ukraine. Yemen been getting fucked up for a long ass time.
I mean, but that's what tells me how hypocritical people are, because, you know, they act like they care. Like, I mean, really, it's the next news story, and, you know, they move on.
Exactly. But they let people push their buttons and they get all emotional, and they'll also, that sounds like a gun. They also spend a whole bunch of money and send them a bunch of money because they got through pulling their heartstrings. I saw something on the news just the other day that said Biden is about to send them some more money.
More than the $750 he sent last week.
Yeah, more.
Well, I mean, honestly, that should tell people that it's not just about Ukraine, the Ukraine people. Like, this is personal. But he's got us digging in our pockets for his personal beefs.
Yeah, I don't think that's cool at all. I just want to play a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna go into democracy now, and we could chop that up.
I mean, honestly, I wish, like, you know, Putin and Biden could get in the ring. We put this shit on some pay-per-view.
Yep.
And watch them duke it out.
And that would be respectable. Everybody would respect that. But see, the problem with that is I don't know that people would feel good about the outcome, because people would be like, because Biden couldn't get his ass beat. So they're going to be like, no, we can't, we can't go with the outcome of it.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
But I mean, he ready to try to bully him in other ways. I mean, shoot. You ready to pull your guns? I mean, shoot.
Yeah, so yeah, that's funny. Cause Biden, they say Biden got hands, but he done got old now. And I bet you. Oh, I've seen it. Yeah. Freaking Putin still works out.
Let his son go.
Yeah, his son gonna get his ass beat by Putin too. Putin does jujitsu. You know what I'm saying? He's in great shape.
Man, he goes takes dips in the damn broken ice.
Yeah. So and Hunter smokes crack. So who do you think is gonna win in a physical fight?
Yeah, I know that's quick a quick in and out. Like he's gonna like Putin gonna laugh the whole time.
It's gonna be over so fast.
What is this? This joke, Kurt. This joke.
That's funny, man. But look, you know what I would say about that also? I would say that the average Russian is a bit more rugged than the average American, too. So, like, I think that if the average Russian went toe-to-toe with the average American, they'd probably win.
Bro, I wouldn't look forward to that kind of battle. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Brother got to do what a brother got to do. But at the same time, that's something I'm like, hey, bro, y'all show. I mean, y'all, this what we gonna do this for it like this?
Yeah. Are you sure you want this?
Yeah.
Because that's what Russia is saying. I'm
gonna be like, I mean, yeah, I'm here. I mean, you know, look, I got your back, but you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, like, can we talk about this?
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure. Like a lot, they don't really want it, and that's what I forgot because let me play this because Russia did a they did a test, a rocket test recently. It might have been today. It was intercontinental ballistic missile, and it could do like 7,000 miles or some shit like that. Or I don't know what the numbers are. 70,000 miles. I don't know what it is. Long range continent to continent ballistic missile test that was successful today or yesterday, really recently. So that's just a shout out to the world to be like, yeah, y'all don't want it, but if you want it, bring it because this is what you're finna get right here.
Say, bro, this dude been having that same type technology for the last at least 10 years. Like you talking about, they just I mean, maybe they did just test it, but like this was something that like they've been ahead of the game with for many years already.
Yeah. But the test is, I'm sure that they had it, but the test is just to show that we got functioning active equipment right now that works. See, look at this. See how it works?
Yeah, it's not a mistake. Like this is where I meant to send it right here.
Yeah.
What do you look? I'll have it slow down and say hello to you.
You know,
when it's passing over your house.
Yeah. So let me play this, and this is the Democracy Now, and I might skip through it. I'm definitely gonna stop it as we go because she covers a lot of topics. This is her daily show. And I think she's gonna touch on that Russia thing a bit.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Russian President Vladimir Putin's declared victory in Mariupol after Russian forces laid siege to the southern Ukrainian city for nearly 2 months. Putin's claim of liberation for Mariupol came as fighters and civilians remain holed up at a massive steel factory complex. A Marine commander of the remaining forces made a desperate appeal for international help with an evacuation.
This is our appeal to the world. This could be the last appeal of our lives. We are probably facing our last days, if not ours. All of us, Mariupol Military Battalion of soldiers, more than 500 wounded, and hundreds of civilians, including women and children. We plead to take us to safety on the territory of the third-party state.
Let me pause it there. And the guy Zelensky of Ukraine, president of Ukraine, been screaming this whole time, "We're winning the war." And I said this is what's gonna happen, and it probably it's not gonna be much longer, bro. Because like I said, Putin the whole plan is to get into this to put it to an end, not for this to drag out at all. And so this also shows how light-handed Russia is being, because this is a story about, they've taken the city and then the soldiers and some civilians are holed up in a facility. Now, what is something that Russia could do to deal with that? But they're not doing that. They're just they're cutting them off. They're cutting off the supplies. They're surrounded, so they're waiting for them to surrender. They don't want to, and they've been light-handed with this throughout. And it's crazy that the Western media has been saying that Russia is being like killing civilians and is.
I mean, he just showed off his ICBM. Like, I mean, there's many things he could have done that could have been like over, like within seconds.
And that's not how.
Well, let's say minutes, because I mean, it's so big. It takes a few minutes for it to get set and prepared to go in whatever direction. I mean, I think in less than like 10 to 15, 20 minutes or something like that.
And so the thing is, a lot of those people, they're ethnically Russian, and they sympathize with Russia, and Russia sympathizes with them. So he doesn't want to do that. A lot of those people are Russian people. So he's going through there really, really light-handedly. You know what I'm saying? Where he could have went through there and did this a totally different way.
A total sweep.
Russia had been considering storming the steel complex, but for now has opted to blockade it. In eastern Ukraine, the governor of Luhansk says Russia now controls 80% of the region as fighting continues along the 300-mile front line. Russia's military has test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile capable of delivering nuclear warheads around the world. On Wednesday, President Vladimir Putin said a test of Russia's Sarmat missile had succeeded in hitting targets nearly 4,000 miles from a launch site in northwestern Russia.
This truly unique weapon will strengthen the combat potential of our armed forces, reliably ensure Russia's security from external threats, and provide food for thought for those who, in the heat of frenzied, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country.
Bro, does it sound like that dude is playing? Look at his screen at the beginning of this clip. Look who's on his screen. Hold on. Look at that. Isn't that General Maddox or whatever sitting right there?
Yep.
I don't know who the guy is that's underneath him, but
I don't either. But that's definitely our guy in the middle, because there's somebody on the top of him
as well. And I was gonna say that I'm sure those are important people too. And they look like they are paying very much attention to what he's saying. They look like they're hanging on every word.
But look, I'm gonna tell you, Maddox is a bad motherfucker. Like, he's a bad boy too. Yeah. But I'm gonna say it like this, because I mean, it's not like Russia's just would outpower U.S. like that. But he really, like, I mean, you got to think about, like, he I think at this point, because of all the stuff that we know, he's got more right on his side.
Exactly. The moral fight, everything is on his side. So and also look at the might, the physical might that he has. So it's like, don't be stupid. That's what he's saying basically. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I know y'all like to talk. So,
and y'all been talking a lot lately.
Yeah. So just look, I mean, hey, if this is the only moment you get a chance to shut the hell up, then let me show you something.
Yeah.
Weapon will strengthen the combat potential of our armed forces, reliably ensure Russia's security from external threats, and provide food for thought for those who, in the heat of frenzied, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country.
We'll have more on Russia's missile test and the war in Ukraine after headlines. German officials have pledged to stop importing oil from Russia by the end of the year. Germany's foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock of the Green Party, made the pledge during a visit to Latvia Wednesday.
Phasing out fossil fuels is a double security factor. Apart from the Russian threat, it is clear that we will only be able to create sustainable security and peace worldwide if we also take resolute joint action against the climate crisis. This includes becoming CO2 neutral in Europe as quickly as possible.
Russia receives...
We know who Germany's pocket is there in.
About $1 billion a day from Germany and other European Union members from sales of coal, oil, and gas. Israeli warplanes bombed the Gaza Strip overnight, targeting what Israel said was an underground weapons factory. It was the second night of airstrikes on the besieged Palestinian territory this week. The assault came after Palestinian militants in Gaza launched a barrage of rockets at southern Israel. Many of them appeared to be intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome anti-missile system, though one rocket caused slight damage to a home in the Israeli city of Sderot. Meanwhile, in occupied East Jerusalem, at least 20 Palestinians were injured today as Israeli soldiers fired stun grenades, rubber bullets, and pepper spray to clear worshippers from the Al-Aqsa Mosque after dawn prayers.
And even the way she's covering this story is backwards. She was like, oh, one of the rockets landed in somebody's backyard in Israel, but nobody was hurt. The mosque. Oh, yeah, it was a bunch of people hurt at the mosque. Yeah.
This follows a similar crackdown last Friday that saw hundreds of Palestinians arrested and over the weekend over 150 injured. On Wednesday evening, Israeli police in Jerusalem blocked a march of more than 1,000 Israeli ultra-nationalist protesters from reaching the Old City's Muslim quarter, as many waved Israeli flags and shouted death to Arabs.
And that's another thing I wanted to point out a bit right there, because, like, you know, you could clearly see what's going on if you really open your eyes. Like, one side is saying death to Arabs. The other side is not saying death to Jews. You know what I'm saying? And also, you also got a group that's completely Aboriginal peoples. And those are the ones that's getting, you know, fucking rubber bullets and missiles.
But who's funding this war?
Exactly. And then I was going to say the other side is a occupying force. They're not from there. Like those Palestinians,
they were given that land.
They've been there forever. Like their ancestors' blood spilled on that land.
Well, no, I'm talking about the people that's the Israelis. The Palestinians have been there.
Yeah.
But
right. So, and then it's weird how, because I didn't understand this dynamic, you know, whenever I was hearing about the conflict in Palestine, they always be saying, well, they've been fighting in the Middle East forever. It's always been this way. And that's how I thought about it. And I never went any, you know, further into it. But if you just look at it from the outside without even going into the intricate details, it's really simple what's happening. You know what I'm saying? They keep on saying that, you know, the Jewish, Israel people are defending themselves, like they got a right to defend themselves. Okay, they do, and that's true. But who the hell is here that's not really supposed to be here? And who, you know what I'm saying? Can we establish that?
Who's really defending what?
Yeah, exactly. So they're flipping it, making it look like, and that's the same way they did with the Indians here in the Native Americans here in the States. That's the same thing they said as they expanded west. It was like, oh, these poor little settlers and the Indians just coming through and just terrorizing them. Is that really what's happening? Like, come on.
Nicaragua's parliament has voted to shut down 25 non-governmental organizations that have criticized Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega. Groups banned include the Nicaraguan Permanent Human Rights Commission. This is the group's executive secretary, Marcos Carmona.
We regret this government is silencing the Nicaraguan Permanent Commission on Human Rights. We know they are affecting not only our institutions, but all people of Nicaragua. We were the only institution that documented the arbitrary abuses committed by different agencies of the state and by government officials.
Another group ordered closed in Nicaragua was the Luisa Mercado Foundation, which is run by Sergio Ramirez Mercado, an acclaimed Nicaraguan writer and former Sandinista who served as vice president under Ortega from 1985 to 1990. The Ortega administrations accused many of the organizations of accepting foreign funding and being involved in efforts to destabilize the Nicaraguan government. Here in the United States, the Justice Department says it'll appeal a federal judge's ruling that struck down a mask mandate on public transportation. Monday's decision by U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell in Florida, a Trump appointee, voided the mask mandate for the entire nation. Judge Mizell was confirmed by Republican senators in 2020 to a lifetime appointment on the federal court at the age of just 33, even though the American Bar Association gave her a rating of not qualified. The judge's ruling blindsided Biden administration officials, even as they were considering allowing the public transit mask mandate to expire in May. In a statement, the Centers for Disease Control said it was well within its legal authority to protect public health when it ordered the mandate. The CDC added, quote, when people wear a well-fitting mask or respirator over their nose and mouth in indoor travel or public transportation settings, they protect themselves and those around them, including those who are immunocompromised or not yet vaccine eligible, unquote.
Oh, man. And that's showing Democracy Now! Doubling down on that shit, you know, because they got to protect the left. So, but I didn't know you had federal judges that were so powerful that can make a decision that would sweep across the nation like that. I didn't know that.
Well, one of the things that that's really been happening is that some of these judges and different politicians have been getting their bonds checked. So, and during a bond check, it's like, look, if you know what I'm saying, y'all keep pulling this foolishness. You test it, like if you're going against the Constitution or whatever that fight is, and somebody put a lien on your bond. In most cases, they don't want that because that's like their livelihood. Like if their bond gets taken off, somebody is able to, as far as a lien, as far as being able to put sue them based on, something that they're doing illegally or whatever. A lot of times they'll back out, or like somebody's actually going to enforce the law as it should be. Like how we discussed, actually putting down the law, or either we're going to listen to what people say. I think that's kind of what's going on in that.
And the same thing, Ron DeSantis did something really similar because the Don't Say Gay bill that passed, and then Disney had a problem with it. Disney's in Florida. Yeah. And Disney is like, a lot of our employees are LGBTQ or whatever. So, we're not going to stand by this. So Ron DeSantis was like, okay, that's cool. But, it's like taxes that Disney avoids. Like, it's a lot of stuff. Like they have their own jurisdiction because they do their own constructions and zoning and all of that. So, but everybody else has to pay all these permits and, basically their taxes whenever you do any kind of constructions and stuff like that. So Disney gets to avoid all of that for whatever reason. But on the books, they're supposed to pay this stuff. But so Ron DeSantis was like, you know what? That's cool. So that's y'all gonna have to start paying for all that shit that y'all be doing that y'all know y'all supposed to be paying for, but y'all not. Like when y'all do construction and all of this stuff. So that's kind of like the same thing, what you were saying, that's actually the law. Like DeSantis is using it as a political tool. And like I said, I think he's going to run for president. That's part of the reason why he's doing this. But at the same time, it's still the law. And it's still not fair that, the people outside of Disney has to pay these same, fines or whatever, those taxes basically, but Disney doesn't.
Well, I mean, the thing that I think just because Disney provides a lot of jobs in Florida, like as a corporate entity, whether it's, you know, because I mean, Disney is the big umbrella of all of the other different things that runs through it. So they get tax breaks because they're providing jobs in the state of Florida and otherwise, other places. So I guess they, it kind of makes sense that they do it, but at the same time, I mean, if they're gonna violate those very same people that they're supposed to be providing jobs for, or even the kids, whether they work for them or not, or because you're really going kind of far, like you said, across boundaries when you're messing with our kids. So I think that's where DeSantis is like, look, we got to draw the line somewhere. We need to, either I can cut you off or you can fix all this. Because I mean, they done put so much money down there in Orlando. Like, it's kind of late for them to try to be like, oh, I'm gonna just back out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they're not gonna move. No way. I mean, if they do, it would take a long time and it would cost them money. Yeah. So I think they'd rather just pay. You know what I'm saying? Than to move.
I mean, or stop trying to push this sexual agenda. I mean, you can have all your benefits that you've been doing, you know what I'm saying, money wise, but you can't do this to our children. You can't be trying to impress your mindset on other people. If they get it, they get it because that was just a normal, natural way, the same way you and the generation before y'all got it, because that's what's in your, in your DNA, your heart, or whatever you allow these as kids to get it the same way you got it.
Yeah. But I agree with you for the most part, but I think he's using it politically, but I don't agree with you on the point of it does on the surface sounds like it makes sense, because they're always their argument about the producing jobs, but I don't think so. I don't think it's right that, that everybody else have to pay taxes and they don't. I'm sure there's small businesses right there outside of Disney who got to pay those same damn taxes, but they're not the big boy company in town. You get what I'm saying? It's not fair.
Well, I mean, life has never really been fair. I mean, nothing about it. And but because of their positioning, I mean, one doesn't exist without the other. Like, I mean, you got a bunch of broke people. Like, if you can't give them jobs, the government is supposed to find ways to get the people to have jobs. So when they bring people in, that's main. But I'm saying, like, I mean,
it does make sense.
Trying to justify it. I mean, I don't really have a true argument, but that's just what it is. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I don't agree with it though. Let me play some more.
White House has finalized a rule change to the National Environmental Policy Act that restores several key provisions to the landmark 1970 law. The Trump administration gutted environmental and community safeguards under the act in 2020 when it moved to speed up the approval process for major infrastructure projects while exempting some projects from environmental review entirely. In more climate news, a wildfire burning north of Flagstaff, Arizona, exploded in size Wednesday to more than 20,000 acres, fanned by high winds and fueled by dry grass and brush. Arizona and other western states are suffering an unprecedented mega drought brought on by the climate emergency. 11 large wildfires are currently burning across the Southwest and Southern Plains, with some 8 million U.S. residents under fire alerts today.
I was watching that, and that's a big deal. I ain't gonna lie, that's some scary shit, right? Like, I definitely wouldn't want to go to sleep. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable going to sleep because the fire could go in any direction and end up, on your house in no time.
Say, bro, it's so dry out there, man. Like, I mean, shoot, they can produce rain in some places. They can't produce no damn rain out there.
Well, you know what I always say, this is us not living in balance with nature. You know what I'm saying? some places shouldn't have houses, but if they do have houses in certain places, they should be built in a certain way that can deal with these kind of conditions. Because see, we have this cookie cutter corporate race to the bottom profit model for everything. So they build houses that are fucking tender. So like if the houses are built in this area, those houses should be built in a way where, like, if there's a fire that comes, then okay, it comes over, but it doesn't destroy the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They could do that. They could do that. We have technology for that. You know, I wonder why we don't build that shit. What is it called? I can't think of what it's called. It's a type of kind of board. It's not really a board, but they call it something board. That shit does not burn. Like, you can't light it on fire. Like, there's nothing you can do to make that shit burn.
The wall board you talking about? Like
what is it called? I can't think of the proper term for it. But that shit doesn't burn. I used to do a bit of construction.
Sheetrock?
It's not sheetrock. Sheetrock burns like paper. No, it's really hard. It doesn't matter what the name of it is. It's a very common use material to build with. But they don't build the whole structures with this. They only use this for certain parts of the structures. So, but I don't see why you can't just make the structure out of this, you know, and then it'd be completely fire retardant. I think they could build all homes that way. But if the homes are in a, in an area that's prone to wildfires, then I think that it should be common, to build the houses that way.
Yeah. I mean, you would think that maybe it would be different material that is used. Because we need to stop using up all the damn wood, cutting down trees, and just
in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, use metal.
I don't know about metal, because metal, you got to pull that out of the ground too. But there's other materials that you can use. There's also what is it? Hemp. That shit is fire retardant too. There's a hemp. What is it called? Hemp wood or something. I don't know what the fuck it's called. But you can build with it, and it's also fire retardant. And it's made out of hemp. And hemp grows back. It's a weed. It grows back really quickly and without no fucking effort. And you can clear that and let it grow right back again, and then keep doing that. Why we don't do that is crazy. And we talked about this before in the show, how in early United States, hemp was a really important commodity, and it was used for building and all kinds of shit until they made it illegal all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can have that discussion another day, but yeah, that was a very, very wide. I mean, just regular marijuana. Whether you want to look at it from the marijuana to hemp, whatever. Yeah, it was widely used. I mean, paper, bags. I mean, shit. Right now, they're showing that there's like 30,000 different uses for it.
And it grows like a weed. It doesn't. Trees take years to grow back.
Well, I mean, even clothes. Like, I mean, shit. You can have a whole line of clothing wear because of him.
Yep, it's crazy. We should be using it more. It's so dumb.
The Military Times is reporting the Pentagon's moving forward on a plan to build and test portable micronuclear reactors to power military bases overseas and in remote areas in the U.S., despite warnings about high risks involved. In 2018, the Army published a list of possible sites where the micronuclear reactors could be deployed. Sites named included Guantanamo Bay, Diego Garcia, Guam, Fort Buchanan in Puerto Rico, and Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan.
I want to make a comment, but
Texas and Tennessee are both preparing to execute their oldest prisoners on death row today. In Texas, 78-year-old Carl Bunchen is scheduled to be killed just a week after he had to be rushed to a hospital due to chest pains. Longtime death penalty critic Sister Helen Pajan has called for Texas to halt the execution. In a tweet, she wrote, quote, "Carl can barely walk and has been diagnosed with vertigo, arthritis, and other chronic illnesses. What does this execution have to do with public safety?" she asked. Meanwhile, the state of Tennessee is scheduled to execute 72-year-old Oscar Franklin Smith today in Ohio.
So that's important, I think, because we were going in a direction of not doing any more executions like that. And but now we're going back in the other direction of doing more executions again. And I think it's tied to, like I said, with the, we got abortions are becoming more and more illegal. And now they're starting to kill more people like they used to do in the past. I don't agree with capital punishment unless you're 100% sure of the guilt of these people. And I think that in a lot of times they're not. And I think that you should never, kill someone that's innocent. So you need to make 100% sure that these people are guilty or whatever. And with our system that we have, I don't have much, faith that they are even trying to determine guilt or innocence. So I think that they, execute innocent people all the time, and they don't care. No sweat on their conscience.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very careful about how I say this because, like you said, something key is that the whole idea, it's like, because my first thought is like, here's somebody who's 78 years old. I don't know how long they've spent so far, but usually it's probably 30 years goes by, 20 plus years go by before they even do an execution. So I'm like, okay, if this person, they spent all this time in prison, they've probably rehabilitated. They're not killing the same person that created the crime, had this crime 20 something years ago. And like his sister was saying, it's like, what are you proving here with this execution? Because like he holds no threat to anybody. Like he's already on his deathbed. Like what,
what's the point?
Exactly.
And isn't the point of the prison is supposed to be rehabilitation? That's what they call the all the facilities, rehabilitation.
And this is me not knowing any crime. I don't know what he did, because I'm gonna tell you, like most crimes, and even pedophilia is the only one that I can really say is like, these people need to pay, drastically. But I don't know. If you're gonna hold this man hostage for 20, 30 years and then just to prove your point or to, you don't spend enough money on this guy for all this time. Like, I don't understand. What's the point?
Yeah, what's the point? I bet you they wouldn't give that same money to a homeless person.
Too much like
intensive
right.
care unit doctor accused of killing 14 patients has been found not guilty by a jury on all counts. Prosecutors accused Dr. William Husel of murdering 14 patients by giving them excessive doses of the powerful synthetic painkiller fentanyl. Husel's defense team argued he was attempting to give comfort to critically ill patients in severe pain. He still faces 10 civil lawsuits filed by families of his former patients. Florida's Republican-led Senate has voted to eliminate Walt Disney World's self-governing status. The move is widely seen as retaliation by Governor Ron DeSantis and his allies over Disney's opposition to Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay law. In other news from Florida, the Republican-led state Senate has approved a new congressional map that critics say is designed to curtail Black political power in the state. Florida State Senator Chevron Jones criticized the redistricting plan.
And to Governor DeSantis, I'm not going to call what you're doing a culture war anymore. I'm gonna call it just what it is. It's a racist tactic that you're doing, and you know what you're doing.
Do it again. And in Georgia.
That's an important story that they've rolled right over. And then a lot of people not going to really understand it. And it's related to the redistricting. And I try to talk about it all the time because I know people don't really understand it. They pretend to understand it. They don't get it at all. And so, but the redistricting it's used. The thing is, what I have to say is both sides do this. The Republicans and the Democrats both do this, where they draw up districts that benefit them politically. You know, it's agreed upon. Both sides agree upon this. Mm-hmm. So, but that doesn't make it right on either side. That both sides are wrong in a lot of cases, the way that they draw these districts up. And so what's happening in Florida is it's gonna make it less. So when you have like a large black area, then that creates like a voting block there. So you know, there's different ways that you can do this to dilute the power of that group. They call it cracking, which means you split up those people into different districts. So as they have only a little bit of say in each one of those districts, so they become a minority just because they got broken up. Or the other one is when blocking, or whatever they call it, when you put them together. So again, they still have less political power because it's all in one district instead of them having influence over multiple districts, which what it would be or should be, because those people are kind of spread out over a regional area. But they'll do this district, a big ass district, and packing, that's the word, and they'll pack all these people into that district, and it just dilutes the power of those people politically.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Like, I think that it's messed up, and really it should be based on the actual, like, however that land is separated based on, you know, this town, this whatever, like, it should be just based on that instead of those imaginary lines that they continue to draw that, oh, you know, looking at people's addresses, who's there, blah, blah, blah. And then you see how funny that map looks, like all that, those lines are crossing over into, and, you know, like pushing, you know, like there might be a district right there that's a straight square where they got it looking like some new rectangle.
It'll look like a salamander, or it'll look like a freaking dreamcatcher or something. Like, it's totally no way to know the shape, because they'd be, like you said, they look at the addresses, they look at the census, they know where these people are, so they draw the district because they know voters gonna tend to vote how they tend to vote. You know what I'm saying? They already know how these people are gonna vote before they vote, so they put them in certain districts together or separate.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
A majority of workers at an Apple store in Atlanta have filed a petition for a union election. If they vote to join the Communication Workers of America, the workers will form the first union at an Apple retail store in the United States. Union organizers say Apple employee pay has failed to keep up with inflation and Apple's soaring profits in recent years. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Nermeen Sheikh. Hi, Nermeen.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We good?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my mic froze up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, I do want to get into the meat of this. I'm glad that Doc is here, because this is I think this is going to be entertaining for you, both of y'all, because y'all both know a lot about this stuff right here that we're about to cover.
So, and you kind of got to know something about this stuff to be able to even fucking get it. So, and a lot of people haven't even made it this far in their studies. So, but Doc and Pep and I, the three of us, have already done enough studying to understand this stuff. So, just for fun, I'm gonna play a little bit of this one. Let me see. Can I play this? Secrets the Vatican don't want you to know. I'm just gonna play this for fun, but this is kind of a segue into what we're about to talk about. We're about to talk about missing books out the Bible and that stuff.
1684, the Vatican removed 14 books from the Bible. To this day, there is no explanation as to why. The Vatican is happier with the not knowing. There were originally 80 books in the Bible when it was translated from Latin to English back in 1611. These days, there are only 66. The missing books are known as the Apocrypha, which in Greek means hidden. The missing books include Esdras, Tobit, Judith, the Wisdom of Solomon, the Songs of the Three Holy Children, Bel and the Dragon, Maccabees, and the Prayer for Manasseh. Even stranger is that Jesus' name was spelled Iesus before these 14 books were removed. The church changed the pronunciation and spelling. If they had never changed anything, you'd pronounce Jesus' name as Yahushua. Why were these mysterious books removed? There are many theories. Some say the contents of the books didn't fit in with the Roman Catholic Church's narrative, and so they were simply taken out. Some believe they made the Bible too long and too confusing, so they were removed. But there is no real answer. None of the books were particularly nefarious, and they don't seem to include any secrets. But for whatever reason, the Catholic Church chose to remove them from the Bible so that the Word of God was exactly what they wanted it to be. Number 9. Alien influences. Russian professor Genrikh Ludwig allegedly gained access to the secret Vatican archives in the 1920s and came upon some extremely disturbing information. Before I keep going, keep in mind that this has never been 100% confirmed. The story has been circulating for nearly a century, but we don't actually have the evidence that Ludwig was inside the secret archives. The story goes that Ludwig was allowed into the archives, where he discovered over 53 miles, 85 kilometers of shelving and 35,000 volumes of catalogues. There were documents from over 12 centuries of European history. While he was browsing through the seemingly endless corridors of ancient texts, he started finding things that didn't make sense. There were papers that discussed how aliens had influenced all the most ancient civilizations of the world, from the Egyptians to the Mayans. He also allegedly found historical records of nuclear-style weapons being used in ancient times. One text explained how the walls of Babylon were melted by a weapon that output monstrous temperatures. The professor was never able to leave the Vatican with these documents, so conveniently for his story, no one except him has ever actually seen them.
So, I think that the thought of being in that room, I'm sure that vault or whatever really does exist. So walking around there and shit would probably be a cool ass thing to do if somehow you was able to. As far as the aliens, we talked about that before. It was like, oh, black people did this, had to be aliens, you know? So like that's just racism. But the other part that's interesting is the part where they said about the melting of the wall and all of this and like nuclear weapons way back when. I've done some reading about that, and I think that that's true. They have some evidence of something. They don't know what caused it, and it could have been some kind of weapon that was more like a modern type weapon.
Well, I don't know. I guess with this first comment you made, you know, as far as the racism and blaming things on aliens instead of, you know, giving the credit to, I guess, the black people that was there at that time. I mean, I would, I guess, have to begin with Do you not believe in aliens?
I do, but I don't believe that. I think we're the aliens. This is what I always say. I think we're the aliens. So, but as far as some people's that stuff we built. Humans,
No.
we were more advanced back then than we are now in a lot of ways, and people just can't seem to accept that. So they want to say that, like, okay, because we don't have the technology to do these things today, that then they must have had aliens. It must have been aliens. They couldn't possibly have been smart enough to do these constructions and stuff.
No, because I don't think that it was that, we could not have constructed a lot of these things. It's this marvels that, things that we just can't figure out. We don't really have clear-cut answers to. Where, I'm okay with saying there's a possibility that maybe it was aliens. Maybe it was the fact that we could manipulate the frequencies to where those huge bricks would levitate, and we can get them up and have them placed where we want them.
Well, there's an interesting story about the Namo. And it was like a fish, like a aquatic creature that was intelligent, that came and taught some people how to do this, that, and the other, or whatever. And that has been written down in some multiple cultures. So it's it's really interesting. So that one, that particular story, and then there's some other ones. Inkling, or what is it? Iniki, Iniki.
In Lil or Inky, or what you?
Yeah, both of those actually. And those stories sound like aliens too. So there's some stuff that's, and I think that's the reason where we're about to go into is about the books of the Bible that was taken out. And then, so then the question is why, why did they take these books out? And I've read some of them, and the way people believe things would be very different if they read some of those books, and they would be more open to the idea of aliens, if you will, because some of those stories sound like aliens.
Yeah, there was a couple that I didn't hear him mention. Maybe I missed it, but
we're about to go through it.
The book of Thomas, and what was it? Enoch?
Mm-hmm.
Those are two I don't think I heard there that is also missing. And of course I have my theories on it, but
okay, so I'm gonna play two videos. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through both of these, but both of them are coming from the perspective of, the Bible is set the way it is for good reasons. Like saying basically those books that were taken out of the Bible weren't inspired or whatever, and that's the reason why they weren't there, and that basically you shouldn't question, the modern construction of the Bible. Like the King James version of the Bible is the proper Bible, and it's God's word, and that's it. And those other ones that were taken out of the Bible weren't inspired and just shouldn't be there.
How is one book more inspired than another?
And how do you determine if it's inspired? So, but anyways, that's what this guy's finna say in this video. But we're gonna keep stopping it because I'm not gonna say he makes good points, because he doesn't, but he brings up good it's funny how when people argue things, they actually they bring up the good points. They bring up arguments that actually dismiss their argument.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what this guy's gonna do without knowing it. But let's check this out and let's analyze this.
Is he really debunking himself?
What's that?
Is he debunking himself?
He is. He's debunking himself. He's owning himself. Let's play this.
This is a production of World Video Bible School. To God be the glory.
To God be the glory.
Mm-hmm. I'll accept that.
Have you ever wondered why we have the books that we do in our Bibles? You know, sometimes people are troubled by questions like, why does the Catholic Church have extra books in their Bible? What about the so-called lost books of the Bible? And why does the Apostle Paul sometimes reference epistles that we don't have today? That's what we're going to do in this lesson. We're going to answer the question, why do we have the books we do in the Bible? And secondly, are we missing any books from our Bibles? Now, I don't want you to get bored, but I want you to hang on a minute because I need to lay out some definitions as we begin this study.
Oh, man.
When we talk about what books belong in the Bible, you'll sometimes hear people use the term canon or canonicity. It's important that you understand these terms to understand this discussion. The Greek word canon referred to a measuring device, a staff, or a ruler. It was a standard for measuring. Now, of course, it wasn't a very far jump from that to the way that we use the word today. We use the word canon or canonicity today to refer to something that is a standard. Today, when you talk about a book being in the canon or being canonical, what we mean is it is a book inspired by God. We mean that it belongs in the Bible.
How do you determine that, buddy?
A non-canonical book, on the other hand, is an uninspired book. We mean that it does not belong in the Bible. And so canon is inspired scriptures. Canonical is inspired. It belongs in the Bible. Non-canonical, not inspired, does not belong in the Bible. And I want to make this.
And that's one of the things that really freaking like irritates me about religious people. It's like it's this or that. It's good or bad. It's right or left. It's in or out. It's either God's word or not.
Up or down.
Yeah, but the reality is, you know, there's a gray area.
Very important point.
Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's very ignorant to try to say, you know, like use it like how he's trying to teach these people. Like, you know, he really wants to control the whole narrative from the beginning. So he's giving you, this is the rules, and you and look, because I say so, or because, you know, my bosses said so, this is how you should look at it, or whatever.
This is how I was told. This is how I was taught. This is what they told me. So Doc says the Ethiopian Bible has a total of 84 books. And I think the Ethiopian Bible is the one that's the most, what's the word? Complete? Doc says he's not saying that he is just making definitions. So we start from an understanding canon in the Bible, non-canon, not in the Bible. That's true too, Doc. But we might be reaching a bit, but he's going in this direction.
Yeah.
As we begin. Friends, the canon is determined by God, not by man. You know, sometimes men talk about determining if a book belongs in the canon. What they mean by that is we're going to examine the book to see if it is one of God's inspired books. Not that men determine what is scripture and what is not. 2 Timothy 3:16 says, all scripture is given by inspiration of God. And so if it's not inspired, it's not scripture. You know, one book I was reading.
How do you determine if it's inspired?
He summed this up very well. They said a book is not inspired because men made it canonical. It is canonical because God inspired it.
That doesn't make any fucking sense
at all.
It's very well said. Maybe you've had an experience like this. You've sat down with a friend who is a Catholic, and you're going to have a Bible study. You're going to talk about the Bible together. And in the process of your discussion, your friend makes reference to a book of the Bible that you've never heard of. And you look at his Bible, and it contains, in fact, numerous books that your Bible does not. And you're stunned. You don't know what to say. You don't know how to answer this. These extra books that the Catholic Bible has are known as the Apocrypha. Now, sometimes they are grouped with what is called, quote, the lost books of the Old Testament. Now, with that background, what we want to do is two things. First, we want to discuss the Apocrypha. What is it? Why does the Catholic Church defend it, and does it belong in the Bible? Secondly, we're going to examine the question, is there such a thing as lost books of the Bible? And if so, is this a problem for Bible believers? Should this affect our faith? All right, first.
What's crazy about those questions that he asked that he's going to answer for this video that takes 30 minutes, we already know his answer to those questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Apocrypha. The word Apocrypha means hidden. And when you hear someone talking about the Apocrypha, they're talking about these extra books that some Bibles have added to the end of the Old Testament. Now, I should also mention that there are some additions to the normally accepted 39 books of the Old Testament. For example, at the end of the book of Daniel, it adds a story called Bel and the Dragon. Now, all of these Old Testament apocryphal books are believed to have been written sometime between the time of Malachi and the life of Jesus. Now, friends, that is very important because that is after the time that the Old Testament had been completed. In fact, it's the time period commonly known as the silent 400 years because no prophets of God were writing during this time.
Really?
Now, the Catholic Church accepts 7 of these apocryphal books. And so their Old Testament contains 46 books rather than the 39 that we have. And they, the Catholic Church, declared these books to be canonical at their Council of Trent. That is, they said, we are putting these books in our Bible because we say they belong there. And since that time, translations of the Bible done by the Catholic Church, such as the Jerusalem.
That's super simple. Like, super simple. That's the real answer. And you know what they're going to start getting into here? He's going to start justifying everything as far as like, he's going to keep saying, the Jews don't put this in. The Jews don't accept this. The Jews are saying this is wrong. So therefore it's wrong. And I find that really interesting to me because in a lot of situations, you know, people don't see Jews.
They don't even recognize the real Jews.
It's so much confusion there. It's anyways. Let's go on to this.
The Bible and the New American Bible have included the Apocrypha. Now, there are some other translations that you can get that contain the Apocrypha. The Revised Standard Version was put out in 2 forms, one with and one without the Apocrypha. And it's interesting that when King James had his translation done, it originally included the Apocrypha, but later it was removed. Now, some translation committees didn't translate it at all, including the American Standard, the New American Standard, and the New King James. Now, I have a copy of the Apocrypha in my library. It's a standalone version. I want to list for you the table of contents from this standalone Apocrypha so that you'll at least be familiar with the books contained in it. 1st and 2nd Esdras. Now, these are not accepted by Catholics or Protestants. Tobit, Judith, the rest of Esther, the Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, Baruch, that is attached with the Epistle of Jeremiah, the Song of the 3 Children, the History of Susanna, that is added to Daniel, Bel and the Dragon, also added to Daniel, the Prayer of Manasseh. Now, let me say something about that one. You know, the most wicked king, one of the most wicked kings of Judah was Manasseh. And because of his sin, God determined to send Judah into captivity. 2 Chronicles 33, 12 and 13 tells us something that 2 Kings does not tell us about Manasseh, and that is, at the end of his life, he repented. In fact, he prayed to God. Now, this book, The Prayer of Manasseh, attempts to provide that prayer. You know, apocryphal books oftentimes seek to satisfy curiosity and to fill in gaps in our knowledge, and this book is one of those. This particular book, incidentally, is not accepted by Catholics or Protestants. And then finally, there are the books of 1st and 2nd Maccabees. Now let's turn our thoughts for a moment and ask, why does the Catholic Church defend the Apocrypha? Friends, I believe the main reason the Catholic Church...
Why does he give me Ted Cruz vibes?
Defends the Apocrypha
why
vehemently.
This annoy me so much?
I know. Let's struggle through it.
Well,
it's gonna get better as far as because he's finna start owning himself. But go ahead.
All right. For me, it's just kind of crazy that we give so much reverence. A lot of us, not all of us, but like a lot of us give so much reverence to the same people who killed Jesus. Right.
That doesn't make any sense at all. The whole thing, it doesn't make any sense. And that's the reason why these books are important. It's important. That's why I wanted to cover this, is because, the confusion of the Bible, if these books were in the Bible, the Bible would be, it's already ultimately confusing. But if you put these in there, the confusion level is through the roof. You know what I'm saying? And they wanted to synthesize a certain, view or narrative. You know what I'm saying? So that was it. That's it. Like they can't let you, because this is a question I ask a lot of people. Why the King James Version? Why is that the official version? And and this is what I be hearing since I was a kid. It's like, if it ain't the King James Version, then I ain't trying to, what I'm saying? That's not it. You know what I mean? Where did that come from? And why are y'all so strong? Why do y'all feel so strongly that the King James Version of the Bible is the official version and that's the one that you should go by?
Well, and you also got to realize the time period in which King James, they did this, 1611. And then what supposedly happened here in America, 1619.
Exactly. And they needed to justify, like, this is the point of a lot of this, because, even in science, some of the sciences that we have now, like, they have dissipated, but they began to justify slavery. So you have all these institutions that are finding, these are what do you call it? Like upheld institutions, like official institutions, stuff that people look up to, that they give authority to. And these institutions are working together to justify something that's not justifiable.
Agreed.
It's not because of any evidence showing it to be valid, but rather because it supports some of their doctrines. For instance, the Catholic Church teaches the doctrine of...
Oh, wait, let me go back a bit, because this is himself owning himself again. This is the beginning of himself owning himself, because he said that the Catholic Church allows these books because it follows their doctrine. And so you can flip that back around, and then that would be the reason why the King James Version is accepted. Let me play this again.
To be valid, but rather because it supports some of their doctrines. For instance, the Catholic Church teaches the doctrine of praying for the dead, and that sacrifices can be made for the dead. That is, they believe that once a person has passed from this life and they go into torment, they go into suffering, they believe that prayers could be made, money could be paid, and actually affect the person's eternity and move them from suffering into a place of reward. But friends,
I don't see a problem with praying for the dead, but that part about the money, that's really interesting. There's a movie, The Mummy movie. It was the one with the Brendan Fraser. It's basically a comedy, I would say, but I like those movies. Mummy 1 and Mummy 2. I think they were well made and they're very entertaining. I can watch them again to this day, and I've seen them both more than once. There's a part in the movie where one of them, I don't know if it's 1 or 2, where the guy was like, he was going to go to hell, but he was like, I'm not worried about it because he had like a necklace or he had a ring or something. And he said, I could pay my way, so I'm good. So like, basically it's like I can live my life however I want, long as I have the funds to pay my way out of hell in the afterlife. That's an idea that had been around for a long time. And that's what he's talking about a bit here. But the part about praying for the dead, I don't see no problem with that. And we give up we give reverence to the ancestors all the time, the ones that were here before us. And then that's what another thing people call paganism or witches or Wicca or devil worship or whatever hell you want to call it. When people give reverence to the ancestors that are, no longer here.
Yeah, but we are the ancestors. I mean, the long line of DNA that we've held from thousands of years ago is still here in us. So, and they deliberately try to get you to take your mind off of, giving yourself the power to utilize in your day-to-day life. Give over all this praise to another entity that,
and that's the whole point, because that's how you're able to be manipulated.
Of course, the inspired scriptures nowhere teach that. In fact, the Bible teaches just the opposite of this. The Bible teaches that a man's eternal destiny is sealed when he dies. In Luke chapter 16, we have an account there of the rich man and Lazarus. And the Bible tells about two men, the man named Lazarus, who was a very poor but righteous man, and a rich man who was wicked. Now, the rich man dies and goes to torment. Lazarus dies and goes to be with Abraham in paradise. But listen what the Bible says. Luke chapter 16 and verse 25, Abraham is speaking to this rich man who is in torment. And he says, "Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things. But now he is comforted and you are tormented. And besides all this," now listen to this part, "and besides all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed, so that those who want to pass from here to you cannot, nor can those from there pass to us." Hebrews 9:27 says, "It's appointed unto men once to die, and after this, the judgment." Friends, the Bible teaches when a person dies and he goes to reward or he goes to torment, he is there to stay. People living on this earth can't pray for him. They can't pay for him to change his destiny. Listen to this from the Apocrypha. 2 Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 45.
It's a lot of people in hell or heaven, bro. Like, that's the thing I be thinking about too. Like, we talk about energy and science, and you talk about how like nothing, energy can't be created or destroyed.
Mm-hmm. It can only be transferred.
And this is a universal law that can't be, you can't go around this. This is a law. So, you think about that, and you think about how, like, okay, so like if all the people that died went to heaven or hell, then there's a lot of people in heaven and hell, right? I mean, like, bruh, like, it's crowded.
Man, that's what I'm saying. For millions and millions of years of people, because that's the problem I have, is because one of the problems that I have, because it's like knowing that universal law lets me know that that's the only time that a soul is truly free. It's after death. Like, it's able to escape, because actually you can look at the soul being imprisoned within the body.
Mm-hmm.
And after death, that's when it's free, and to be able to go into whatever realm that is in, it goes to whatever.
It might decide to come back here as a baby.
Yeah. Whatever it is. But
seeking to justify this false doctrine, says, "Wherefore he made the propitiation for them that had died, that they might be released from their sin." Let me read that again. "He made propitiation for them that had died, that they might be released from their sin." Bertrand Conway, seeking to justify the Roman Catholic doctrine of praying for the dead, pointed to this passage in 2 Maccabees. And he said, "It's true that the Protestants consider the book of Maccabees apocryphal, but they rest upon the same authority as Isaiah or St. John, the divine and fallible witness of the Catholic Church." Now, friends, of course, he's wrong about that. We don't believe that John and Isaiah are inspired because of the witness of the Catholic Church. Of course, he's also wrong about this idea that prayers can be made that can affect the eternity and the destiny of the dead. The Apocrypha also suggests that a person may atone for his sins by the giving of alms. That is, he can pay money to have sins forgiven. Tobit says, it is better to give alms than to lay up gold. Now listen to this part. Alms doth deliver from death, and it shall purge away all sin. Now, here lies the Roman Catholic doctrine of so much pray for so much pay. Okay, let's get to the most important question. Why is the Apocrypha not in my Bible? And in reality, does the Apocrypha belong in my Bible? You know, my Old Testament has 39 books, and I've always taught that there are 66 books in the Bible, 27 in the New Testament, 39 in the Old Testament. In truth, should there be more? Friends, the answer to that question is no. Now, what I want to do is to show you.
How did I know he was going to say that?
Why the Apocrypha does not belong in the Bible. I want to give you 4 reasons to support the statement the Apocrypha does not belong in the Bible. Number 1, the Apocrypha does not belong in the Bible because the Jews never recognized the Apocrypha as part of the inspired scriptures.
Okay, here we go. He says the Apocrypha and the lost books of the Bible, 4 reasons why Apocrypha does not belong in the Bible. Reason number 1, the Jews did not recognize the Apocrypha as scripture.
What did they recognize it as?
As not as from his point of view, he's saying
it wasn't inspired by God.
Right. So that's the reason why they felt like it shouldn't be in the book. You know what I'm saying? So, but my question is, why is he going by what the Jews say? Like, how does that relate at all? You're Christian, right? You're Christian, the Christian Bible, right? You're Christian. You're the Jesus. It's all about Jesus. The Jews is not all about Jesus. So why? How come if you're a Christian, you want to do the King James version of the Bible, and you want to choose which books are approved and which ones are not, which ones we should go by and which ones we are not. So, but then you're gonna choose to use the Jews as your
scapegoat.
You know, as the reason, you know, to give it validity, to give it its, you know, to prove that it was inspired by God. The Jews didn't recognize it, so then it, you know what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying?
Why don't the Jews have control over what's really happening to the Bible? Why is it still within the hands of Rome?
That's a good question. That's what I'm saying. Why is it the Jews? Why is he saying the number 1 reason to not that the Apocrypha does not belong in the Bible, according to this guy, is the Jews did not recognize the Apocrypha as scripture. So that's a lot of power in those people.
You see, the Jews of Jesus' day, they did not recognize these extra books that we're talking about as being a part of the Hebrew canon. Josephus, the famous Jewish historian, wrote this. He said, we, the Jews, have not 10,000 books among us disagreeing with and contradicting one another. He meant like the Greeks have, but only 22 books, which contain the records of all time and are justly believed to be divine. And then he breaks this down. 5 of them are the books of the law written by Moses. 13 of them cover the time from Moses to King Artaxerxes, and the remaining 4 contain hymns and precepts for the conduct of human life. Now,
who the hell is Josephus anyways?
If you're listening closely, you might want to say, wait a minute. Why did Josephus say that they recognized the Old Testament as having only 22 books when we have 39 books in the Old Testament? And friends, it's because of the way the Jews counted their books. They counted the minor prophets as one book known as the 12, rather than counting them as 12 separate books as we do. That brings the number from 22 to 33. They combined 1st and 2nd Samuel into one book called Samuel. That brings us to 34. They combined 1st and 2nd Kings, making 35. Same with 1st and 2nd Chronicles, 36. Ezra and Nehemiah were counted as one work. Ruth was joined to Judges. Lamentations was attached to Jeremiah. And that brings us to 39 books. Now, friends, when you understand how the Jews grouped their books, you see that they had the same books.
Bruh, like this guy on this part, it's like this is so like making something fit your narrative. Like it's so okay, so like okay, we're gonna go by the Jews, but they have a different number of books, so it don't add up. Oh well, we can explain that. We can work that out.
Yeah.
That you and I have in our Bibles today. Their 22 books was exactly the same as our 39 books. The Jews did not accept the Apocrypha. And incidentally, Josephus and numerous other sources indicate that the Jews rejected any writing after the time of King Artaxerxes, which is the time of the book of Malachi. The Babylonian Talmud stated, after the latter prophets departed, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, the Holy Spirit departed from Israel. Okay, that's reason number one. Secondly, we reject that the Apocrypha should be in the Bible because Jesus did not recognize the Apocrypha as being scripture.
Okay, now where do you get? He's gonna use scriptures to back this up, but how can you know this? How can you be so sure about this? Are you 100% positive Jesus did not recognize the Apocrypha as being scripture? Where do you get this from? Like, and then how do you like that's hard for my brain to wrap around because a lot of the book was written before Jesus ever even was a thing, right? If we're going by the story, now we're going by the story. If we're going by the story, a lot of those books were written before Jesus even was a thing.
Yeah, before he was like thought of.
So he came later and he decided not to recognize this stuff that came before him. So that's a reason for them not to recognize this stuff as scripture.
Well, I mean, he came, 300 plus years later from what what I guess would be the original text, the Old Testament. And
so Jesus is okay with some of the parts of the Old Testament that was written before he was there, but not some other parts, according to this guy.
In Luke chapter 24 and verse 44, Jesus said, "These are the words which I spoke to you while I was still with you, that all things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me." Now, this phrase used by Jesus, the law, the prophets, and the Psalms, is the same phrase that the Jewish writers use to refer to the whole of the Old Testament, which we just noticed consisted of 5 books of law, 13 books of prophets, and 4 books of Psalms. And so what's the point? Friends, the point is Jesus endorsed their view on this matter as being correct. He was saying this is the complete Hebrew canon. Also want you to notice a second passage of scripture with me, Matthew 23 and verse 35. Jesus there pronounced this upon the wicked Pharisees. He said that on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the temple and the altar. Now, this passage is very significant because it covers from the first book of the Bible, Genesis, when it mentions Abel, to the last book of the Hebrew Bible, which was Chronicles, when he mentions Zechariah, which chronologically is the time of Malachi, as we have our Bible laid out today. And so here's the point. Jesus recognized as scripture from Genesis to the time of Malachi, which incidentally excludes the books of the Old Testament Apocrypha. Okay, number 3.
What?
We reject the Apocrypha as belonging in the Bible
because
the New Testament. No.
You want me to go back?
Please, listen to what this dude just said.
Bible laid out today. And so here's the point. Jesus recognized as scripture from Genesis to the time of Malachi, which incidentally excludes the books of the Old Testament Apocrypha. Okay, number 3.
That's some what do you call it? Precision excision right there. That's some that's what's the word? That's surgery he's doing right there.
Decapitation, really. Like that's
Yo, I just want to say hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. That's Brendan. What's up, bro?
Hey, what up, bro? Good to see you.
What's up, man?
You sound kind of low, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna relocate too. I'm gonna be quiet for like 5 minutes, and then I'll have a better setup.
All right, cool.
We reject the Apocrypha as belonging in the Bible because the New Testament nowhere validates these Old Testament apocryphal books. You know, there are some passages and some characters which we know to be genuine because of their inclusion in the New Testament. For instance, some people have questioned the account of Jonah and the whale, Jonah and the great fish. There are some passages and some characters which we know to be genuine.
Wait, he said, so his third reason was, so his first reason was the Jews didn't recognize the Apocrypha as a part of the Bible, so that's the reason why it shouldn't be recognized. His second reason was Jesus didn't recognize the Apocrypha as part of the scriptures. And his third reason is the New Testament nowhere validates the Apocrypha. Now, what's crazy about that is kind of like, so like the New Testament, like, okay, because the New Testament, like my brain can't even, I'm sorry. I'm like the New Testament, like you using that as your stance to, it's like after the fact.
Something that came thousand years later.
Yeah.
That, I mean, okay, even if there was something that was put in the New Testament that says that the Apocrypha was, and we're still talking about the same people who's adding and subtracting things from the book, from the text.
Will.
That, okay, now you're going to lay down a standard of what makes something right. Like, so, okay, even if there was something that was in the New Testament that would have validated the Apocrypha, like all you would have done was just take it out.
But yeah, exactly. And because the New Testament was written how many years? We're going by the story, the official story. If you're going by the story, the New Testament came about a whole long ass time after Jesus was no longer here. Right?
The New Testament, right?
Right.
Yeah. Like, so we're talking about 300 something years.
Hey, have you ever heard of
AD.
Apollo? Have you ever heard of Apollo?
Apollo?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the Greek? Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like there's just so many similarities between his story and Jesus's that it's almost like they took from Apollo's story.
Yeah. Well, we know that the Jesus story is a. Let's not go there. Let's not go there because we're gonna
I believe that there's been so much energy put towards this Jesus, even if he wasn't real. The energy's there. The consciousness touch it.
And that's the thing that's scary about it. And I saw about there's a video on YouTube. I think it's Hemet. He was like, Jesus is the motherfucking devil. Like that's the name of the video, and it's like 6 hours long, and it's really interesting how he breaks that down. So, but anyways, that's kind of beside the point of what we're talking about. I don't want to get distracted because we're just coming at this like the Jesus story was a thing that happened. That's how this is our framework right here because that's where he's coming from. So I don't want to get out of that frame because then, it'd be pointless to even play this video. And so he's saying the New Testament nowhere validates the Apocrypha. And the New Testament was written long after Jesus, supposedly, as far as the story goes, was even here. So, and then these are people that, like, it says the apostles, and it's like, these people are writing about Jesus, and it's like how do y'all were y'all there? Like, I mean, like, that it doesn't make sense. Like, and then it's like these people were supposedly be around Jesus during that time, and then it's like 300 years later, somebody writes about these people who were around Jesus at the time, and then you're using that as your validation for the stuff that happened before.
Well, see, that's my issue with the New Testament is as well, because Paul, Raul, whatever you want to call him, he is writing these things, with like what Jesus actually said, like he's quoting Jesus, but he never walked with Jesus. Like this is 300 years after.
And can you trust what somebody says about somebody a couple weeks later? Like, how accurate is their depiction of what happened gonna be? And then if it's 300 years later, how accurate is that depiction gonna be? Get the fuck out of here.
But who are you talking to? Like, okay, yeah, all right. I know that was maybe during a time where there was a lot of verbal hand down information, but if he died, if Jesus died abruptly at 33 years old, like they say, all of this can be up for debate. But let's just say if we're going with that story of him dying,
I don't even know for sure if history even happened, or if we're just in like this fucking.
Well, that's why I say it's all up for debate. Like,
so I don't want to go there because me
history.
Because me and Pat both agree that this whole story probably didn't even happen. So, but that's beside the point. Like you said earlier, Brendan, a lot of people believe this, so that's what matters. So, we are, the point of me playing.
They create it, and then they don't go there.
That's
exactly. If they believe it, then they create it, and then it's real because they're in their reality.
Exactly.
Is real.
Exactly. So I agree with you there, Brendan. So, but that's the thing. That's the reason why I'm playing this video, because I really want to help people. And I think a lot of people haven't gone this far. You know what I'm saying? They just accept things as, the way they're told, and then they don't do any digging. So, that's why I'm doing this, because I think this can help a lot of people. I think I have a lot of people who are religious that watch the show. I'm religious. Doc says, give your money to the Lord. Here's my address.
That's basically
Can I drop my Cash App?
It'll be doing about the same. Actually, it'll probably be doing more, because you'll actually be helping somebody. I can go buy me some crawfish.
I can use some of that on some of this diesel.
Exactly. Pay some of these bills. Shit.
Because of their inclusion in the New Testament. For instance, some people have questioned the account of Jonah and the whale, Jonah and the great fish, as to whether that really happened. But Jesus confirms it for us in the New Testament in Matthew 12 and verse 40, when he says, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great fish, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." But what is very interesting is that out of the many references in the New Testament back to the Old Testament, there is not one single reference to something in the Apocrypha in a sense that it validates it or says that it is inspired or thus saith the Lord. Someone who has counted has said that there are 263 quotations and 370 allusions in the Old Testament that are found in the New Testament, and not one of them validates or in any sense gives credibility to the Apocrypha as being inspired from God. Number 4,
wait, time out.
We reject the Apocrypha as belonging in the Bible because the...
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Hey, this is sidetracked, but I gotta say something, guys. Okay, so I believe in The Secret. You know The Secret, the law of attraction?
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of, once you pump that for years, you kind of start creating shit in your head and you attract stuff. So to take it one step further, believe in peak reality. So like that causing like a, what's the word? Clarification and validation. you're shown the light in your peak reality because you created it. But you're not there yet. You're in chaos reality with all these different religions in your ear. You know what I mean?
Well, look, did you see this from the beginning? Because like he started with the definition of the apocrypha, which is hidden, and then the canon. Yeah, so I mean,
I believe in the next religion because the old ones they didn't do the job, bro.
Well, that's the problem, bro. Because look, anytime you not knocking anybody's religion, but anytime you put all your faith,
God's gonna need to send Jesus back here because ain't nobody buying that these days.
See, that's a problem. Anytime you put, like Pat was saying earlier, I mean, you got to rely on yourself. These religions are telling you, don't worry about it. Muhammad, Jesus, I don't know, Buddha, somebody's gonna save you, or somebody's gonna fix your life. Like somebody's gonna come down here and make everything right.
No matter how screwed up you are. Yeah, no matter how screwed up you are, you just my thing is like how many generations of my own family have followed this doctrine that believe that somebody eventually is coming to save them, and they done came and gone. Like they are dead and nobody showed up for them. Like who
that's why we have to go by evidence that we actually see.
Life after
death.
Like they have all these reports of people that had near death experiences, and it says you meet up with your family, or they're beings of light. It's like, you know what I mean, you don't really look like a human, but you meet up with them, and then you're like all going somewhere together. But
and the rapture, like there's a lot of different things that keeps me like, look, just like I pointed out, okay, this King James version, because I'm not gonna say that there's not a version of a Bible somewhere that inspires, because I mean, like some of the books that if you really read some of these other books that were a part of it at some point, was more taught you how to use yourself, how to
just like
actually create magic, create some form of magic, if you want to call it that, for yourself, because of the way that you look at the world. And I think that's some of the reasons why those books were taken out, because it empowered the person more than these other ones that they could manipulate these verses. So like
I just want to know the difference between if God created, okay, like I'm going back to the video game thing. It's a simulation, but it is reality. It is life. It's it's not a game. Okay, if God created that, then He didn't create me necessarily, because I could be trapped in the fucking His creation.
I'll be right back.
I could have been created somewhere else. I could be trapped in the Matrix. That's my serious thought.
And it could be, and like what you were saying earlier, Brendan, it would be a result of what you created, because you're giving your energy away to something that's,
Nice. I like that, because we all got to go back to the root. So it's just like the matrix that creates all matrices. So the root matrix, matrix zero, the one matrix that created all matrices, or the one God that created all gods, and the one life that created all life.
The source.
The source. Yeah. Go to the source. Don't go to these books and these people, man. But they don't know how to go to the source.
I agree.
Oh shit! Doc's comment is hilarious, bro.
He says, "I want to get 1,000 of those blow-up dolls, fill them with helium, dress them up, and release them near a big religious concert." You're an asshole, Doc.
But no, a lot of these people are hurt, bro. They're sick, they're weak, and they're going to these religions to feel better. It's like So in that way, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think me personally, bro, like this apocrypha deal, I've never really heard of it. This first time I'm hearing it, and it's pretty interesting, but it's good to have platforms that break this down and talk about it, because I think a lot of people, they run to religion because they're seeking something within themselves, and religion is an scapegoat. It's something that keeps them sane. It helps them to feel closer or in tune with whatever it is that they're seeking, or maybe it's a escape from the reality
They
of
need a
their
hero.
being. You know what I'm saying? And so, I think us as human beings, we need, like you said, we need to create that that magic for ourselves. We need something to hold
We
on
all
to
need hope.
hang on to.
Well, I think people like things to be simple, you know. They don't want to have to think about things so much. They don't want to have to, they don't want to have to feel like they really have the weight of their life on their own shoulders. Like that they're creators, that they don't, they want to just give it away. It makes life easier. Like what me and Pat was saying before, like a lot of these religions, it's perfect for children, you know what I'm saying? And it's perfectly fine. But once you grow up, then you need to, start, digging a little bit more intricately into things. Because if you simplify everything into good and evil, you know what I'm saying, then you're going to be missing a lot.
Yeah.
And it's like I say, it just makes things simple for you. This is good, this is evil. I could do this, I can't do that. This is righteous, this is not. This book is accepted, this is not. It just makes life simple. I don't have to think about it. They already told me, what's blasphemy and what's not.
Okay, bro, I gotta put it like this though: good versus evil. Think of it like an invention that just keeps failing, keeps on doing evil, keeps on doing evil. It's been given like, let's say, 10 tries. It was evil all 10. It was given everything. It was given this situation, that situation. You know what I mean? All 10 trials, evil. What do you do?
Well, that's the problem, bro. The problem is the idea of the good and evil, because something can be good and evil, or something can be evil and good, or something can be somewhere in between. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Committing the physical act of, let's say, rape or murder.
But look, beside the point.
With no motive. Just
so who determines what's good and evil?
Some kind of evil shit like that,
Yeah, but that's you determining it. So that
I would say as mass consciousness would determine that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. In the universe, there's no such thing as good and evil. The universe, there's no such thing as good and bad. There just is. It's all a part of the whole. The yin and the yang, the light and the dark. You can't have one without the other.
I know, man, and I feel like a lot of the darkness becomes light, and a lot of the light becomes darkness. It's a cycle. But you get deeper and deeper in it widens the circle, it widens the cycle. You go more places. So you go more evil places, or you go more good places. And then you learn and you get better, or you get worse.
Well, again, it's perspective. What's good depends on your perspective. What's evil depends on your perspective. If your perspective changes.
Even if you're evil, bro, and you're balling out, you don't even feel an ounce of happiness. Like all these millionaires that are evil,
right? Right.
They don't.
Well, this is the point.
Anyway.
This is the point. Everybody pays. The universe don't play. You have to pay. You can't opt out. So there's gonna be repercussions for what you do. So you do things, and that what we consider as good, and then good things come back. You do evil, what we consider as evil, then evil things come back. It's kind of like like I say, no matter what you do, you got to pay. there's going to be constant, like, let's say you call yourself good. Let's call yourself, you're a priest, you're a nun, you're a monk, and the people that we would consider on the high end of good. So,
No, I
but
wouldn't
there's going to,
consider that good. That's status.
well, I mean, this is for the sake of argument. Let's say that people think that way. So, but that person has consequences for their actions also. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you go and you be in a monastery and you live in a monastery and you don't, interact with women, you don't have sex, you devote your life to God. Now, I'm not knocking this. I really think this is a noble ass thing to do. But at the same time, you're going to be suffering in other ways. The connections with other people.
Obsessive worship is also like bad.
Well, your ego will get out of control because you'll start thinking that you're, holier than thou. And that's one of the problems I have with all of the religions. People tend to fall into that holier than thou way of thinking, that I'm better than you, that I'm closer to God, that I'm worth more than you, so forth and so on. So if you are in a monastery and you're a monk and you're meditating all the time, you're going to have to fight against that every day, that ego of feeling like you're better than others, and that's going to be a torment that you're going to have to deal with. But basically what I'm saying is, no matter which path you choose, no matter what you do, you're going to have to pay those consequences as a result of those decisions.
Another universal law, karma.
You cannot avoid it. You cannot get out of it. There's no
I'm going
opt
to
out.
karma every day, man. It's just like, but it's also.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you can, like, real laws you cannot, like, it's not debatable.
There's no opting out of this. We all have to pay. I want to play his last. I think this is his last reason. Let me play his last reason.
Apocrypha itself shows itself to be uninspired. First.
So his reason number 4 is the Apocrypha shows itself to be uninspired.
It told its own self.
It excluded it. What's the word? It excluded itself. It it disqualified itself.
Exactly.
Let me play a little bit of his explanation, and I'm gonna wrap this particular segment.
The Apocrypha does not even claim inspiration. Many, in fact, most of the inspired books of the Old Testament claim inspiration. Now, I think it's most telling that the Apocrypha itself doesn't.
It says it doesn't claim inspiration. It doesn't claim to be inspired. It said the other books claimed inspiration. So that gives them validity.
Well, and to me, like, because see, all right, we got to remember, because like some people I think really forget that these are men and women who are writing these books.
Exactly.
And some of them felt strong enough about the actual message that they were giving that it didn't need that quote somewhere.
Yeah, something like that, because you should be able to read the information yourself and take from it what's good for you. They probably felt like the stories had messages in them, because that's the whole point. That's where all this stuff really comes from. The allegories and stuff, just to teach people,
Well,
so they felt like the story had enough merit on its own, because it's all about, because you can learn from every story, right? Let's go to the children's books. Any of those like the fairy tale type of stories that we read about. What is it? 7 Dwarfs. I don't know. You name it. Each one of those stories, the point of the story is it has
like a hidden message.
Yes, it's trying to teach you something. And so whether that story happened, it was fairies, or if it was 7 people, or this lady
it never
was
matters.
That doesn't matter. That's totally beside the point. Those details are just there to carry the story along, so that you can hopefully get the message out of the story. Whether it was dwarfs or some lady bit an apple and it was poison and she was asleep for all of that's beside the point. That's the same thing with these stories out of the Bible, and the Jesus story is exactly the same. Whether Jesus was alive or not, that's beside the point.
And the same one with Noah and his family, and Moses and him, and going like all of those stories didn't have, like if you feel like it has to be real in order for you to be able to find the jewels within it on how to use them in your own life. Hey, look, roll with it. Do what you got to do. Like nobody cares. But I think the more mature you get, and the more you realize that it's irrelevant if these people were real or not. You know what I'm saying? Like Eddie Griffin said years ago, it's like, such and such brought the message. Such it doesn't matter who brought the message. Like, did you get the message? Like, did you get the purpose behind it all? And that's really what I think it boils down to.
And Doc says 95% of the world couldn't read back then. They couldn't read it and figure it out for themselves. But see, that's the point, Doc. That's the reason why these things were this way, because people couldn't read. And so you tell a story, and then people learn from that story. It's really simple. They would feed them whatever they want. That's how the priests, that's how we got here. That's how we landed here, is because the priests throughout history were the only ones who could read, and they had all the books. So then they could change the books and rewrite them and all of this, and nobody would even know. So then they come out and then they tell the stories that they want to tell so that they could get the benefit. Think about this. Priests were royal throughout history. A lot of times the priests were above everyone else. They had more privileges. They lived a good life. They didn't have to be the aristocracy. They didn't have to be the kings and queens. But they got to be the lords and stuff. A lot of times these were the landlords and stuff.
Well, because if you really understand the history of it, the Levites were the ones who were the priest class. They were still of Judah. They were from the one of the tribes of Judah, but it was the priest class. So same bloodline. It had to be of that certain bloodline that could do it. But like I said, that's a story. That's still kind of a conceived ideas, things that was put together for the people to really control the way that they saw the entire world. Let's not forget how this because I hate to say that Christianity, because like before this version of it, I believe had more value to it than what we can see for it as today.
And they would call all that stuff that you says has value, they would call all that paganism. They wouldn't even call it Christianity.
Yeah, because all of us, that know anything about any given religion on the planet, all came from universal principles. And that's the parts that you're supposed to be trying to pick out of these different stories.
Oh man, I want to write a book. With us, we should all write a book. Like, pick out the message for the next generation. It's a new world.
Yeah.
They need a new message, because everybody's lost right now. Pop culture is real satanic. It's just totally the opposite of where it was heading. Like,
I feel like we're going backwards in a lot of ways, and that's part of the reason why I even brought this particular topic up. We're becoming more religious. What was it? You got the abortion thing. We talked about earlier about the executions, the corporal punishment. We were moving away from that, executing people, and now we're starting to execute people again.
that's savage. Why can't
Yeah.
okay, this is me off, okay? Why isn't there a cure for cancer? One. Dude, the world can bond together.
There
Look at
is.
how many Okay, so this is my thing. There needs to be a technology. We have the technology for this. It's Imagine McDonald's, right? Everywhere there's a McDonald's, right next to it is a health station. So it's like a facility, and we can build it all the way up. It doesn't have to be big, but it can be tall, you know, so we can have as many fucking health pods in this as we can. So it's the basic idea of you sit in this health pod, it scans you, it collects your DNA, and it tells you everything that's wrong with you. If you have any kind of physical illness, if you're at risk for any illness, and if you have like a broken bone or something, obviously you can check that. And then at the end, it directs you to where you need to go. Like, oh, you need to go to the whatever surgeon or whatever, you know? And then it sets you up like that, and everything's free. We'll make this a military development where all this shit is a mission for the military. Before they can do one tour anywhere as far as combat, they need to serve and build these fucking health pods, because
no, do y'all remember?
That's where the United States should be at, bro. It should be fucking running show. You know, if we're living in privilege, well, let me see it then. Let me see this fucking health pod come into place. I'm sick of hearing about healthcare and everything else. Dude, like, I just counted today, 5 people died of cancer in my life in the last couple of years.
Trip. You think these people give a shit about you?
Nah, that's why if we make a wave, they, you know, like, I don't know how we get the word out, but if I don't fucking change the world now, someone's gonna hear this in 100 years and they might do something about it.
Maybe.
If I'm loud enough.
But no, do y'all remember the movie Fifth Element? Chaka, you the movie man.
Well, I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm looking for something because there's something on my mind. I gotta find this. What were we saying? I'm sorry.
The Fifth Element.
The Fifth Element. Yeah.
It's pretty much what Brandon was just talking about. Bruce Willis, when he got up to use the restroom that morning, it did a protein check and pretty much could tell him like what his levels were, what he needed. You know, I think maybe gave him a pill or something that, you know, would you know, I guess give him his vitamins that would give him the levels of you know, whatever he was depleted in, it would replenish it or whatever. So I mean, that was somewhat of an example of that. But I'm gonna say, for what Brendan is talking about, you know, yeah, all that stuff will be great, but for our, you know, we got a lot of work to do before we can get to anything like that, because like there's people that's running the show that really don't care if we crash and burn. Like, honestly, like, I think they're setting it up for it to crash and burn because, you know, they're more concerned about world politics instead of national. You know, they have the job to take care of us on a national level, but they're more concerned about a world, you know, the world political stage.
Wanting to go to Mars and shit. Like, come on, dude. All these billionaires are being fucked up. Trillionaires or whatever. It's like, okay, dude, you want to play games then? Like,
well, honestly, I think there's some of these billionaires actually are trying to help, because I mean, that move that Elon made the other day.
Well, then the Queen, the Pope, everybody that runs the show, anybody and everybody that runs show at the top of the top of the top of the top of the top needs to adapt to technology. We still got the same ass machines in the hospitals we did 30
years ago. Be careful
ago.
what you say about that, because they're already trying to do that. I mean, Biden just signed an executive order that's going to push cash out of the way.
That's the most important part. That's my next topic.
Well, what I'm saying is,
like, I don't feel like we should ever
you not being able to use cash, because I mean, yes, most of us use debit cards anyway. But you go into the ATM and using cash, it's really gonna push, you know, like your privacy totally out of the way, because every transaction is tracked and they can lead it back to you one way or another.
Yeah. That's crazy, bro.
So I believe I like the whole idea of the blockchain. You know how good, like how accurate it is. But that's where it's going to. It's like it's going to be 100% digital. You getting some cash is obsolete, and talking about borrowing some money. Like your partner can't just, well, I mean, of course they can slide you some money, but it's going to be through electrical exchanges, transfers.
Yeah.
So
they better start us out with a little
Man,
bit
I
of
like-
money doing that shit.
I like
because
that.
No,
everybody
they're
needs a
not.
bailout.
They're
No.
not.
Everybody needs
But
a bailout.
I like that comment that you made, Pat, when you asked them, "Do you think these people really give a fuck about you?" And the reason I say that I like that, bro, is because I feel like us as Americans, we push back at the government and talk about how they're lying to us, they're fucking us over and this and that. But then in the same breath, we say shit like what Brendan is saying about the
What they
government
should
needs to
do.
do this and yeah, what they should do. And it's like, say, man, when are we gonna take a self accountability? You a grown motherfucker. You know that you shouldn't be eating McDonald's every day. You shouldn't be at Jack in the Box and Whataburger drive-throughs every day. We know what we need to do. And
It's
then
too
I hear
late to
people
change the
say,
whole mindset
but then
of
I hear
people.
people say like, "Oh man, I'm getting this or getting that." Say, man, bro, like people, and I'm not trying to make this sound like a bad thing, but people that are out there that are receiving government assistance like food stamps and things like that, instead of going buy your kids or buying junk food and fucking Tyson's microwavable pizzas and all of these chicken nuggets and shit, you have the money to actually, it's government, it's taxpayers' dollars that you have on this card to be able to lead a healthier lifestyle. If you're receiving WIC because you got infants, you can buy produce on that shit. You can get vegetables and fruits and things like there's things
I
in
gave
place,
dog. I gave a
but we
spiel
can't
about diet.
continue to
before.
we
That
can't
was the
continue
first
to push
podcast.
back on the government and then come back in the same breath and say, well, they need to do this or they need, like, we have to take accountability. We have to start
Well,
building
It's
some
not their
type
fault.
of
but
They didn't have the idea yet.
that's my issue. That's my real issue is that we do talk a bunch of shit about the government, and we talk about okay, like self-governance is really where most of us should be, as far as like, okay, not that we don't utilize them for what we need, or want to exercise our rights, because I mean we pay them to do their job. But at the same time, when we get into a point like this, I only know maybe 2 or 3 people that has actually taken pots of soil and put seeds in them and start trying to grow some stuff right now, just what they can do. And, I know I've been saying this for months already. Like, look, y'all can't keep playing with your own life.
But look, let me jump in there. I want to back up, Brendan. Brendan, I want to back you up a bit, because the thing is, the infrastructure is built to drive us into these damn drive-throughs, like Deuce is saying. Like, we know that's wrong, but the way the system is set up, the media, the TV, everything we see is like, if it's easy. If we just walk along our day without thinking about it too much, we're gonna follow the agenda that they want us to follow, because it's like they're herding us into these, you know what I mean? The way the freeways are set up, the way the streets are designed, we have built this infrastructure to make it like super easy. Yeah,
it's all marketing. It's a way to market, but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, even though they have built the infrastructure like that to try to push these things on you, you still have to have will. strong will. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna go jump in the fucking hole that you don't know, where you're gonna end up at, right? You know you can't swim, you're not finna go jump in the Gulf. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I feel like we have to pay attention to those things. You know what I'm saying? And we can do more. Like I'm not out on the road as long as Pat, but I'm out there for 6 days. 6 or 7 days. I make sure before I leave this house, bro. Like I put in a grocery order, I picked that shit up curbside, and my wife and I fixed several different meals for me to take out on the road with me to be able to eat, because I refuse. Like I had to take self accountability. Dude, does that mean that I don't fall victim? Yeah, I fall victim. I had Popeyes earlier today. I was craving some fried chicken. I pulled up in that motherfucker and got me a 3-piece with a large bread, bean, and rice. But it's just at the end of the day, it's self accountability, dog. Like we have to, if we want to see the change, we have to start making a change. And I'm not saying it has to be drastically, but taking small steps, taking baby steps. Start. Instead of going out to eat all the time, start cooking more, man. Like learn how to cook more. You can start out with simple shit.
And that's the point.
Learn to do for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
That's the point. I had a bit. Okay, maybe these health pods aren't for America yet, but Dubai, Singapore, maybe I need to talk to people over there and get that started over there, and then the rest of the world visits and sees and starts to.
You don't have, but honestly, you don't really have to worry about them, because a lot of them, especially Dubai, you do not have to worry about Dubai. Those people, they have their way of living. That's probably one of the richest places on the planet. I was
thinking the health pods might be like part of their standard of living more.
Well, that's the thing. You're not gonna be able to just go anywhere and just go and tell people how they need to live. The main thing is
I'm just hoping
being responsible enough to be able to control how you live.
Right. And that's the point, because that's why I played this video, is because the religions are telling the people to, don't worry about it. And so, but the whole point is that you need to take personal accountability for your situation. You have to know thyself, and you have to, take care of business. Don't wait for somebody to come and save you, because it's not going to happen. When have you seen any examples of this happening? That's why we have to look at look at reality. You know what I'm saying? They say, okay, you're supposed to give faith. Okay, that's cool and all, and I like the idea of faith, except that we got to find a balance with this. We're gonna put everything on faith, so and then people don't rationally think about this stuff. Like they go to work every day because they know they gotta make money so that they can pay their bills. If you leave your bills to be paid up on faith, how is that gonna work out for you?
Faith without work
is dead.
Bro, this is a thing that just popped into my head. Like, only believe what you know is true. So what do you know is true? You know you're you. You know you're true. You know what I mean? All you know is you. So believe in yourself and give it up to the source, and that's it. That's religion. Be good.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, Brendan. You started.
That could be a girl for crying out loud.
Brendan, you started off great when you got on, when you were talking about the laws of attraction. Like, say, bro, that's my belief. I believe in that, because it really is just universal principles. And law of attraction just means that you generating a frequency around yourself that allows you to, bring certain things into your, like you be attracted to, or something, allowing things to be attracted to you that you want in your life. That's really it. You working to a goal that you have implanted in your brain.
Because you thought of it first, and that's how everything is created mentally. The universe is mind. It all starts in the mental before it becomes a physical. But you gotta have belief that it could be real, and faith that it could be real. But you also gotta put in the work to make it real.
We have any comments?
Nope. I wanted to move on. Well, not move on, but I wanted to. I've been wanting to bring this up for the longest. That's what got me distracted because earlier we was, and we were talking about corporal punishment, and y'all mentioned The Fifth Element, and I really love that movie, and I think it has some real, true hidden gems in that movie.
Mhm.
And but there's another movie, The Seventh Sign. And I think that one has a bunch of gems. And like I said, I grew up really religious. This movie, The Seventh Sign, hit me hard. I was crying throughout this movie. I'm so religious and emotional. So like, okay.
Did you change the title of the show?
No, Free to Speak is kind of.
Oh no, okay, no, I'm looking at the wrong spot. All right, I see. That's the video you got.
Right, I'm about to play this. The seventh sign. I got it queued up. So yeah, so the idea of breaking God's laws, going against God, and God punishing you for it. Right. This is the concept. Right. So, but then like the seventh seal, or the last thing was they executed an innocent man. And that was the last straw. It was a man it was the same like it is in today. You got somebody who got convicted of a crime and then they're about to get executed. But this dude is all the way fucking innocent. And so like this was like the last straw. But this lady was willing to give her life, for her son, for the birth of her child. And this broke the chain of events, and she saved the world with her, sacrifice of her life, because she wanted the world to go on. So, and she valued the other people more than her own life. You know what I'm saying? And this is what God, in this movie, God is like, okay, cool. Y'all need to make it. If it wasn't for that, y'all was about to be a wrap. Let me play this scene. It should be the final scene of the movie. It's really dramatic. It's the part where she decides, and then he's like, it's like the spirit or a demon, or it's an angel really, asking her, are you willing to die for him? Are you willing to die for him? For her son? And she says yes. And she dies, the baby is born, and the world is saved. Let me play this.
Oh, the baby puppy! No! No!
Will you die for him? Will you die for him?
Yeah.
It's okay. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about God being a servant. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about, the sacrifices God make. You know what I'm saying? You think that all the stuff that we do makes him happy? If you're thinking of the idea of a source or creator, is
it a he, bro? Because I still think it's a it.
That doesn't matter. That's beside the point.
Doesn't matter. And that's a part of what we was explaining a little while ago. Like, none of that stuff matters. It's an energy.
Yeah.
Use it or not.
And so she used her energy with hope. She believed that man deserved to live. And she had hope that the human race should get to go on, that we deserve to live. So she was willing to sacrifice her life,
for the rest of us.
So that's heavy. Have y'all seen this movie before? Should I play the trailer? Let me play the trailer then.
I've heard of the movie, but no, I didn't. I never saw it.
Y'all should go watch this movie. It's old. It's like the 90s. What's her name? I can't remember. Demi Moore. That's her name. She was really a big name at this time. She pretty much carried this movie. The Seventh Sign trailer. Let me play the trailer just because I played that clip and it probably just didn't give the
movie Justice. If y'all don't know, if y'all hadn't seen it, maybe the trailer will clear things up a bit for y'all. It's a great movie. It's totally religious, and I love it because it has a message of hope, you know, has a message of, you know, people caring about others, man, caring about others that don't even know you made, like nobody knows she even made that sacrifice. That's another thing I feel that is how it happens in real life. The person who really saved the world, you probably would never hear that guy's name. It might be a random ass news story of a crackhead getting killed in the alley. And you just don't know because but this dude is fighting the real war. And then, but you don't know, you know, and it's just a random person, but that person cared about humanity and he saved everybody. And you don't even know this guy's name. So that's what I be saying. Like the bad guys are the ones, the really horrible people are the ones that end up getting fucking statues and plaques. The guys who really care and try to, you know, save humanity, they don't get no plaques. They'll get a news story at best.
The time is coming.
I can't wait. 2 months to go.
The signs are beginning.
It's incredible.
The seals are breaking. The day is approaching.
Hello. Hi.
The mystery is unfolding.
I need to know what this says. I need to know what language it is.
It's about the apocalypse. Your baby's due in February, the 29th.
How'd you know that?
There's a whole chain of signs, like a countdown. The Bible's filled with them.
One of the signs has to be stopped.
How, Mrs. Quinn, do you know how? It's time for you to know, Abby.
Stay away.
There's nothing you can do. You can't stop it. Show me you have hope, Abby.
Demi Moore in The Seventh Sign.
Damn, the trailers were terrible back in the day. That was a horrible trailer. It didn't give you a good idea.
What year was that from, bro? Like the late 80s?
Fuck, bro. I'm pretty sure it was in the 90s. It's 1988. You're right. 88.
But you know, it's probably fire back then. I mean, you got to think about all the CGI that we've gotten used to.
Yeah. Well, the movie is great. I'm sure it can be watched today and enjoyed. But I was a kid. Well, I was young, you know, when I saw this movie, and it really, really, really impacted me a lot. You know, I'm pretty damn religious, and I really believe that, like, it be the little things that people do that make the greatest difference. I'm behind on comments. Let me read comments. Doc says, "Not innocent man, the last martyr." I don't know what that means. The executed kid set the parents on fire because they were brother and sister and was against God's law. Yes, I forgot that part of it. Yes, I forgot that part. Yes, that's a very important detail to that movie, because that's why he was executed. Okay, and then he had autism, so he was all fucked up behind the union of, you know, brother and sister making the baby. And Doc says, the guff was empty, the place where souls come from. Her sacrifice refilled the guff, and her baby was the firstborn new soul. So yeah, so that's another part, is like nobody can have babies. So that's why everybody was, you know, they were working to make sure that this baby comes, you know. And it's kind of like just like that other one that we went over a couple weeks ago. What was it called? Children of Men. And that was the same thing. The souls, it was the end of the world. Nobody could get pregnant. And this one chick got pregnant. Anyways, that's really, like, this is heavy stuff. And Doc says the angel was Jesus, returned as the lion, not the lamb. And then the movie gives me chills, bro, because she had angels and demons that was there in her life. And, you know, one side was trying to give her hope because really everything was coming down to decisions that she made because she had free will. So they didn't know how this was going to go. It was all going to depend on what she decided. So you had angels coming and trying to influence her to make, you know, the decision to have hope and make sure that the baby lived and all of this stuff. And then you had the demons who were coming and they were telling her, there's nothing you could do. You can't stop this. You know what I'm saying? This is just the way things are. And this, you know, men deserve to no longer be here. Like they're wretched, they're evil, they're horrible. Humans they don't deserve to, you know, be no more. You know what I'm saying? So, and she's fighting with this. And then she has this internal conflict that she's fighting through, you know, about this topic, you know what I'm saying, about this subject. And then they were talking about, they showed her in a previous life where she made the decision. She made a different decision in her previous life. She came, this type of scenario came up and they asked her, would she die for this guy, this man? And, you know, it could have been Jesus. And so she said no or whatever in her previous life. So that's another thing. That's another impact of this because, you know, she totally could have went the other way, but she went this way, and that's how everything worked out. You know, y'all feeling me? I'm putting y'all to sleep.
I'm with you. Like, I'm following the story. Just
that story. I don't know that. I just wanted to bring that up because we were talking about the corporate punishment and talk about how I feel like we're going backwards. And also how I said earlier, if we're going to do corporal punishment, make 100% sure that the person is guilty, you know. But then how do you determine guilt, you know? And then with the system that we have, it's all fucked up. Innocent people go to jail all the time. So I'm sure innocent people get killed all the time.
Well, you know, they make up rules as they go, like that whole mob rule thing. Like, if you really think about it, how they were, the judge, what's that, Rittenhouse, how the judge was actually defending him. Like, you couldn't say the word criminal. You couldn't say, no, not criminal, victim. You couldn't consider the people that got killed victims. Like, they do all kind of stuff to like they change it as they go and how they want to.
Yeah, that's that double speak stuff. I might play a video tomorrow because it was something I was watching about that, and they were talking about Biden and double speak. And I think that's an important thing that people need to try to understand because they changed the meanings of words. And that is how they control everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's how they control the narrative is by, you know, and that's why me and Pat always be looking at the definitions of words because I think a lot of people get lost in the definitions because whatever the popular view of the understanding of this word is what everybody goes by. But a lot of times that's not even what the definition is. That's some shit that was fucking, you know, made up and misconstrued and like all those ism words.
Look up the words, these two words, connotative and denotative. Look up those two words and that'll tell you exactly what's been happening to you. Like they pretty much usurped a lot of different words so that you would see them as something totally different than what the real word, you know, it took it away from its origin, you know, in a lot of cases. So, and then connotative linguistics or denotative linguistics. Somebody's getting it in.
Yeah, so yeah, random. I saw something I wanted to talk about, but I lost it. Let me see this right quick. Oh, so it's saying a 10-year-old kid stuck his head out of the window on the school bus and hit a pole and he died. This looks like in India. And so the parents are complaining. Yeah, so they were protesting outside of the police station. So I guess they wanted, the bus driver to get in trouble. Maybe the bus driver didn't get in trouble. That wasn't what I wanted to see. What I wanted to see is gone, disappeared. Yep, it's 2:17. I came on late today. We're only at 3 hours, but I'm probably not going to go much longer because I came on late. Friday night, Saturday morning, I got to go to a damn meeting at my daughter's school. So I can't stay on late Friday night because I got to get my ass up and go to this damn meeting.
Well, I feel you because, I'm actually father. Well, I'm father every day, but I'm at the house, so
yeah,
I will make some time for the show, but
yeah, I appreciate y'all time, and I totally understand, and I think I have an advantage with y'all because y'all be driving so much, so then that gives y'all time to actually be on the show, you and Deuce. But when it's family time, it's fucking family time, bro. The last time I took off, the only week I took off on this show was the week of Tariq, my son's birthday, because he came down and spent a week with me. So that week I didn't do no shows because I don't get to spend that much time with him. So I wanted to focus on him, spending time with him. Yep.
That video I sent you of a girl I think that's Beyonce's niece or cousin. Uh-oh.
Well, y'all losing me? Did I fall out?
No, I still see you there.
Oh.
No, I was saying she was making that beat. Did you see that?
Are you talking about something I scrolled past on Instagram? Wait, no, something you sent me. You sent me through a text message. I don't know if I could play it. If is it official music that's released?
No, you don't have to. Why is this dude? Yeah, because is this the whole thing with the dude? Why was he in Mike's seat?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about this, but
I heard a story about him whooping somebody's ass.
He did. That's what I was about to mention, but that's not this scene because this is like a jet. This is like a private plane he's on. That plane, he was on a regular flight. A regular Joe Blow sat behind him and was basically fucking with him the whole damn flight. He had enough and fucking hit the dude a good 4 or 5 times. He had some bruises on the side of his face. But I mean, damn. Mike Tyson. Who the fuck would you? Why would you?
He gave him a whole box of chicken.
Yeah, he knocked him. He clocked him a good 4 or 5 times. I saw the clip. So he didn't like.
I mean, a good 2 or 3 piece would have been good, but I mean,
yeah, I think he hit him like 4 or 5 times. But that's Mike Tyson, and then he didn't well in on the guy, because I saw the clip after it happened. The guy had some bruises on the side of his face. He was a little bit bloody, but if that's Mike Tyson, bro.
Why are you playing him? Why are you playing? But that's the thing.
But what I'm saying is he could have freaking hurt the dude. He didn't. Obviously, the dude had some bruises on the side of his face. He wasn't knocked out.
I know, but that's the thing. I mean, a lot of them know that they're trying to have as much restraint as they can, but these people out here are almost like ambulance chasers.
Yeah.
Like they find like where they can get fucking with somebody who's rich and trying to like provoke them. Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, you saw that. So they could get paid. But that shows how ridiculous this shit is. I freaking hate these damn lashes. They so ridiculous.
Shit,
I hate it. It's so dumb. Oh yeah, Netflix lost 40%. Let's see.
Subscribers this quarter is on their way out. They're a bust. They're about to head downhill. They're a complete mess. That's simply not true. What Netflix was a company that just grew so big that they really can't grow a whole lot more. Netflix has more subscribers than Disney, Peacock, Apple Plus, all these other streaming services. And now Disney's growing faster than Netflix. That is to be acknowledged. But if you compare it to Peacock with 9 million subscribers, Apple Plus with less than 20 million, Netflix is still a behemoth. They're still doing extremely well. They are going to have to recapture their growth. They are going to have to slow down their spend on new content. But I think Netflix is actually a good investment because that stock price is extremely low right now relative to what it was. Well, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you'd like a free e-copy of my book, How to Build Wealth in the Stock Market by Investing $5 a day, just go sign up at blackmoneyminute.com. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Peace. Let's be clear. Netflix is not dead. Everybody.
Yeah, that is a question. Disney and but Disney jumped on the board late, but then they came out with the Disney Plus. So
no, it's not just that. There's all right, Disney Plus, ESPN1, ESPN2, and we're talking about that's just networks right there, but they own all kind of other entities that's underneath it. That's underneath it as the umbrella.
Yeah.
It's probably about 10 or 12 big companies are separate corporations that's underneath Disney itself. So
damn, I lost it. So Netflix dropped dramatically. Did y'all see that? That's what he was talking about. He didn't even mention it. I want to say 40%. That's a huge drop. But Netflix has been they've been the juggernaut. They've been the only player in town for a while because they monopolized that streaming thing, and now it's kind of.
Well, that's one of those things where, like, because I mean, when they have a whole event for life named after it, Netflix and chill, like, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not no time soon. But any of these companies can go away. Blockbuster was big as fuck, and I don't think they exist anymore.
Well, I mean,
Enron
they were supposed to go. Oh, come on, please don't say it.
But those are just examples of really huge companies that are no longer here.
Yeah, but Enron was a scam to begin with. So I mean, yeah, it's not supposed to be here. But
the banks are a scam. They still here.
No, there's a difference because banking is not truly a scam. There just happens to be scammers within the banking system.
I'm froze. Can y'all see me or hear me?
Yeah, you did. You're good.
My screen is froze.
I mean, the only thing
I would disagree with you though. I'd say banking is a scam off top.
It's not. Say, bro. All right. So, are we supposed to assume that everything that we want in our life, we go to, like, as far as bartering system, like I want some Nikes, but I got some freaking tulips that I grow. Am I supposed to be able to use tulips everywhere I go to be able to, like, everybody's not going to want tulips.
Right. That's fair. I get you. You're making the capitalist argument, and that's fair. Capitalism is fine.
I'm just making. I'm not making. I'm making the look. I'm speaking of actual world life. Like this is life. Like I'm not speaking from any point of view other than reality. That's it. Like I mean, you can call. I mean, I'm a capitalist. I mean, I agree. Like yes, I am a capitalist, but that's not the point of view I'm really speaking from. I'm just speaking from what is real. Like I mean, if you specialize in one thing, your needs are not going to be met because you don't have a true medium of transfer, like of to be able to something that any and everybody can use. So the banking system is not a scam. There happens to be scams within it, within that system of banking. But when we're talking about Enron, it was a scam to begin with. So, I mean, that's where the difference is because...
Okay, I get your argument. I get it. But I think some of these banks were set up scams off top, but that's my argument. But I get what you're saying, though.
Well,
my screen is acting crazy. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm froze. Wait, it unfroze. Okay. Let me play this. What was it about the video with the lady making the beat that was the thing?
No,
Can y'all see?
I thought she came up with an awesome beat, but I also think she fine as hell. Like she just, I mean, she must almost like a robot. Like she's built like.
Can y'all see this or hear it?
No.
Is it no?
It's blank. You remember my two dogs? Take it all the way to the beginning.
They won't let me. I have to wait. Yeah, I like it. I would have did my drums way different. I like those pads though; they're really useful for giving that kind of like live feel for the drums. But I would have done my drums totally different from the way she did them. I spend a lot of time on my drums.
Was that eight? You think that was 8 balls or 16? How that was.
I wasn't counting. I didn't pay that much attention. It was an 8. Most likely, it was an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an 8. So that's the loop of that you're talking about the drum sequence that she just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was an 8. So and it'll just keep repeating over 8. And so a lot of drums they're either going to be 4/4 or they're going to be 8. They're usually not going to be more than that because you don't want the loops. You don't want the drum loop to be too complicated because it'll lose people. And really the drums is what keeps the the time. It keeps the rhythm. It keeps the So if the drums are doing too much, then your listener gets lost. So 4 or 8 at the most. But I would have done my drums way different from hers. What else? You sent me some stuff. Wait, Doc sent me something. What is this? Let me see. It didn't show up on my screen because I didn't have Facebook open. but it showed up on my phone. Let me see.
I liked how she used her own voice to go into the part of her beat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The technology that we have to make music is so much easier to do that kind of thing now. Because in the past it would have been more, a little like for her, she got it sounding really good, really easy. So back in the days, that would have took us a little more work. We could have did it, but it would have took work.
Yeah, well, I always did work with digital when I started playing around with making beats and recording and stuff like that. It was always digital. I never had the analog system.
Yeah, I love it. And if y'all go listen to my music, you'll hear that stuff was all recorded analog. If you pay close attention, there's some mistakes in there. This is when you mentioned the Disney Corp and all the freaking complicated ass. Like I can't even read this fucking screen.
All right, no, he's showing like the different things that Disney owns because it's showing right here, ABC Television Group down here at the bottom. It says experience, and I can't see all of it either. Let me see if I can.
Yes, this the way it popped up on the screen. Let me see. Can I make this bigger? No.
I just kind of. All right, see.
I can't make it. I can't move it or nothing. So.
Education Club, Management Corp.
Basically, they own a lot of shit.
Let's see, what does it say right there?
Yeah, I can't really read this chart. It's all over the place.
Disney games and interactive experiences, Disney Mobile, Star Power. What's on it? Because Marvel, they own. I know because we know I spoke about the ESPN and all that. Synergy Group, Disney Enterprises, Disney Worldwide Services, Disney Marketing, Earthstar, Disneyland Park, Disney Studio Park, Disney Destinations. Because they got cruise lines and as well as the landlocked, ESPN Wide World Sports Complex, Disney Fairy Tale, something over there.
Do they own ESPN?
Yes, sir.
Damn. ESPN is the most watched network.
A&E Network, History Channel, ABC. This is like it's all kind of, bro.
And I was talking about at work how, like, in other countries, the number one news, the number one show is going to be some kind of news network in almost all the other countries. And over here in the States, the number one watch network is ESPN.
Well, I mean, but just think about like Byron Allen owning the Weather Channel. Say, bro, who does not tune into the Weather Channel at least a couple times a week?
I used to watch that shit. I used to let the Weather Channel play, and it would just be on.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is perfect. We can segue into the last topic that I want to touch on today, is because the name of the show is Free to Speak, kind of. So it's the Elon Musk and Twitter deal. Doc sent me something else. Let me see if I can find this fucking video. Is this it? No, that's
is that message from Doc?
Yeah, I just got a message from Doc. I'm gonna look at it in a second.
Well, I want to save him in my phone. That's why I'm asking, because I didn't know the other numbers that was on that link. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, one of them is him. But what he just sent me was on Facebook though. I'm looking, but yeah, his number is in there because that's the links. Yeah. The only person, and then we got Brendan on the show tonight. I'm thankful Brendan showed up for a little bit of time.
Yeah, it was good to see him, man. Like
he's in that group chat too. The only person that's in there that we haven't really interacted with much is my cousin Marquise. He was the one that was talking about the
okay, so that must be Brandon. So I'm gonna go ahead and say him.
The universal, the one that was talking about the universal commercial code and all of that. Okay,
Yeah.
here's the video I was looking for. So I'm trying to get him to get on the show. And I know he be chilling at nighttime. He like to drink beers and hang out. So I understand why people can't just like open your phone up and chop it up with me for a little while you ain't doing nothing but hanging out anyways. I think a lot of people be scared.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why though. Don't be scared. Fuck it. Fuck these people. They're gonna laugh at you and make fun of you regardless. That's how I look at it. So whatever. It don't matter what I do. They're gonna laugh at it and make it fun of me, and it doesn't matter. So I don't care.
Yeah, I don't really care either. But
I care so little about. I saw a meme. It says you're at a dangerous level of freedom when you really don't care what people think about you.
A dangerous level of freedom?
Yeah. That's what the meme said. So, like, I think that is it right there. Like, we're talking about do for self, and we're talking about the religions. And then, one part of the religions is worried about what the other, your other parishioners are going to say. You know what I mean? Right? That's a huge fucking impact, like, on your behavior. Like, your etiquette or the way you behave in church or whatever. It's like your church members are the ones that's going to be on your ass and gonna, so you're so concerned about what they think because they're righteous people or whatever, and they follow the book or whatever. So you're really concerned about what they say. So like, that manipulates your life in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to feel like, I don't want people to feel like, I'm insulting their whole way of life, because some people that's based on, especially with religion, like a lot of people's lives are built around that structure. And, I just don't want to be offensive to anybody. So I do watch how I, have those conversations. Of course, even I try to be careful about even how I talk about LGBT, because I mean, those, I know a lot of people are sensitive about those aspects of their lives. And, that's not where, my intent is to try to hurt anybody. But at the same time, I do have to be honest about my perspective. I can't,
And I want to reach out to these people, and I want to encompass everyone. Everybody is humans. This show is for humans. So, like, if you're a human, then check this out. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to exclude nobody. And just like on some of the subjects that we talk about, you might feel like your opinion on the LGBTQ might be offensive to the group, but I'm sure there's people in that group that would 100% agree with you. And I know this to be a fact.
Oh no, I know that 1,000%, because I mean, like I said, some of my family members, like, yeah, they have their lifestyle, but they're, I think, still realists to the extent where they're not trying to make people call them, like pretty much change the way of nature, calling a guy, making a guy, be totally considered a woman. And if I make the mistake of saying yes sir or whatever, now I'm
they see it as ridiculous too. And like the transgenders doing, like a male transgender doing a cis male swimming against women. Like, I know for a fact there's a bunch of transgenders out there that would say that's bullshit.
Hey, look, you know what? One of the things that I would say, because I was listening to somebody and they brought up the argument. I was like, you know what? That it makes like total sense that should they have to finish the fight that they have within, because within those acronym, those letters, LGB, the B part, that's what bisexual, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now they have a whole within the same group they're talking about non-binary, or where like there's more than two. So I mean, so that bi part shouldn't even exist in there, because if it's more than, but there's this tri, like, I mean, you're showing that you believe that there's two, like you're implying with that part of it that there are two different sexes.
Let me read the comments because I'm missing them. I'm sorry, Doc. He says the thing is, would you die for him? This time it was the baby, maybe not Jesus. All a big misunderstanding, but hey, it saved the world. Yeah, so like we are like, we want to die for Jesus, but nobody else. Doc says, he says, I gave up on the dictionary last year when they made irregardless a word.
Oh.
I hate that fucking word, bro. I hate it when I hear people use that.
Oh my, like it's a double negative. And that's why I tell people, it's like, okay, so really what you're saying is, not regard, like you're telling me to regard what you're saying, like irregardless. I'm like, wait a minute. How is that a word? Like
that fucks my brain up. That particular word, I don't use that word. I don't think it's useful. It's not a useful word.
Yeah, I mean, do you understand the whole double negative thing? Like it totally like washes out everything that you just said.
Like it doesn't make any sense. So like, and if you use this word, you obviously don't really know what it means. You just think you sound intelligent.
Exactly. Trying to make a word longer by adding another another section. Shit, why can't I think of the word right now? But however,
Doc says, he says that's Dana White, owner of UFC. I don't know what the connection is that. And he says 6 companies own 95% of all media.
Yep.
That's very pertinent information. I'm gonna play this video right quick.
And the investment groups.
Yeah. I'm gonna play this video and I'm gonna reset my screen, so it might kick me out or kick the video out, but hopefully it won't be long, and then I'll come back. And so let me do this.
What's the real reason the Twitter board?
Wait, what are you gonna say?
Is he on one in this one? Well, he's always on one. So
what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by on one? Like he's good. He's
no, he's like, I love this dude. Like the way he he presents stuff. He's funny as hell. That's why I'm like, is he on one? Because he's like,
it's always funny. It's gonna be yes. He's really a comedian. Is what he really is.
Yeah.
What's the real reason the Twitter board don't want Elon Musk to take over Twitter? Is it to protect freedom of speech? Is it because they want a fair platform? And whose fair do they really care about?
Who's fair?
Hello there, you 5.5 million awakening wonders. Thank you for joining us on this voyage. We value you. We value your input. We love being part of a community with you. If you sign up to my mailing list, it's one click away. You'll hear about live events we're doing in the coming months, including a one-day event with Wim Hof. There are only limited live tickets.
Uh-oh, guys. We lost Chaka there for a moment. They've been having some technical difficulties, but I'm sure he'll be right back. So y'all please be patient with the system. I'm not sure what kind of issues he's having, but usually he gets it fixed pretty quick.
This story, you know, and I know that Elon Musk is trying to take over Twitter. Why does Elon Musk want to take over Twitter? He's pretty transparent about that. And why is there resistance to Musk taking over Twitter? What front has been opened on the culture war? Is the culture war a legitimate conflict, or is it a distraction? Who is being protected? Who is being served? These are some of the questions we're going to be looking at in this video. If you're not a subscriber to our channel, subscribe right now. We love seeing that number going up. It gives us a real buzz. Twitter's board on Friday unanimously approved a plan that would allow existing shareholders to buy stocks at a substantial discount in order to dilute the holdings of new investors. The method, known as a poison pill in the finance world, suggests Twitter will fight Elon Musk to prevent a hostile takeover. So already there's sort of financial skullduggery taking place. Already they're willing to use stratagems and spoils and trickery to prevent Musk taking over. Shortly after Musk shared he'd become the largest shareholder in Twitter, Vanguard Group purchased more shares and surpassed him, now owning 10.3% of the company. Twitter's other top shareholders are Morgan Stanley and BlackRock. So it's not like Twitter's existing owners are like the British naturist David Attenborough and Mother Teresa and Lady Diana. Who owns Twitter at the moment? Elmo of Sesame Street. He's a lovely little bloke. You can trust him. It's like BlackRock and Morgan Stanley and Vanguard. So really, what kind of ethics and morality is Elon Musk outside of that Morgan Stanley, BlackRock and Vanguard are inside of? Musk discussed his offer to buy Twitter at a TED Talk in Vancouver, saying Twitter has become kind of the de facto town square. So it's just really important that people have both the reality and the perception that they are able to speak freely within the bounds of the law, Musk said, although he wouldn't have said it that quickly. He don't like to zip through a sentence, does he, old Elon? A good sign as to whether there's free speech is someone you don't like allowed to say something you don't like, Musk said. And if that's the case, then we have free speech. Seems like a pretty reliable maxim to judge whether or not you have free speech. Are you willing to listen to dissent? Are you willing to listen to opposing opinions? Or are you always looking at ways of shutting that down, changing the rules so that that stuff can be excluded? It's damn annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like, but that is a sign of a healthy, functioning free speech situation. Yeah, I'd love it if the comments below were just, Russell's great, your cardigan's great, your hair is great, love the woodshed, but not as much as I like it. I'd love that. But we accept dissent. We have to accept dissent. It's necessary to have dissent. That's a healthy sign of democracy, as Musk said. This is what Matt Taibbi had to say on Substack, writing about this issue. Elon Musk has reportedly attempted to purchase Twitter, and I have no idea whether his influence on the company would be positive or not. I do know, however, what other media figures think Musk's influence on Twitter will be. They think it will be bad, very bad. How none of them see what a self-own this is beyond me. After spending the last 6 years practically turgid with joy as other unaccountable billionaires tweaked the speech landscape in their favour, they're suddenly howling over the mere rumour that a less censorious fat cat might get to sit in one of the big chairs. A few of the more prominent Musk critics are claiming merely to be upset at the prospect of wealthy individuals controlling speech. Now, if that were the reason, if that is the reason, then that would be a universal principle that you would apply to anybody that potentially owns Twitter or other social media platforms. As more than one person has pointed out, this is a bizarre thing to be worrying about all of a sudden, since it's been the absolute reality in America for a while. Probably the funniest effort along those lines was this passage. We need regulation to prevent rich people from controlling our channels of communication. That was
so
I do have a problem with one thing that was said, because we, like I said, we had that whole we defined what democracy was. Democracy does not promise you freedom of speech. It's the republic that does.
Okay. Yeah. So, but look, so do we actually have freedom of speech? And how how much of it is controlled by very few people? Like we were saying earlier, the media is all owned by 6 different corporations.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Bezos has a freaking newspaper, and so like this benefits them
with the 6 companies.
Yeah.
What was that?
Wait, what'd you say, Doc?
I seen the picture with the 6 companies.
Okay. I'll pull it up. This is pertinent, and because do we have free speech? And then it's like, but see, my argument, like I was saying the other day, is that is Elon Musk our guy to save free speech? Like, we still putting it in. But then here's the other side, like the hostile takeover or whatever. They're totally cool when it happens, normally. But because this guy is kind of going against the narrative or going against their agenda, that's the problem.
And that's the thing. Like the reason why that they're willing to failed their investors, the individual investors that's outside of those big companies that's come in to try to purchase up some more of Twitter to keep some more of a control, to have more ownership than Musk does. Those individuals that would have benefited from it, those people have to suffer because of these people trying to control every narrative that we get. Like even like when it comes down to it, even what they call it, the fact checkers, like they own the media where you get most of your stuff from in the first place. Then when there's somebody that speaks opposite of that, they pay these fact checkers to come in and tell you, oh, well, we've debunked it and made it unreal. I mean, or found it to be false. But these are the same people who made the opposing, the original statements that somebody else came in and said was bullshit. But
yeah, so like, and he's gonna mention how like if Bill Gates had a foundation to help these people go to college for journalism, and then hired them on to the company to make journalism, how beneficial do you think those stories are going to be, for him? And so like, how, that's too much control over that. Those people are gonna feel obligated to write friendly stories, especially after he paid for them to go to school and he gave them a job, and then all of this is like, bro, I'm not gonna write nothing bad about this guy.
Well, in the case of like a Bill Gates, he spends so much money in marketing that anyone that does decide to put out information that is not beneficial to his narrative, they're going to lose marketing dollars from him because he's spending billions of dollars or multi-millions for sure. I know in the hundreds of millions, if not close to, into the billions of dollars in marketing. So that's how he would affect it by being able to shift where he's spending those dollars. And if you're in media, if you're on TV anywhere for anything, your marketing is what pays the salaries of those people that's on the show.
Exactly. Doc's comment, he says, the board ignoring the fiduciary duties to their stockholders by rejecting his offer of 20% above market value for shareholders. That's a great argument, Doc, because they always be talking about, it's their argument every time. We got to look out for the shareholders. That's why we're doing this. Like, it's like if the person is like, oh, I need a raise, or can y'all, my retirement, or whatever the hell it is. Oh, well, we got fiduciary duty. We got to make sure we take care of the stockholders. So we can't give you that raise. We can't give you that retirement.
Well, this is the proof that that whole narrative there is false. That
bullshit.
That they're always looking out for the investors first, but they have an agenda that because as long as they can keep their agenda, yeah, they can run with that. But now there's a clear sight that somebody's offered something that would have sent the stocks through the roof, where everybody can have some like a real dividends with this sale or this transfer of power with Twitter. Like,
so they don't care. They're throwing it out the window. They don't care about the shareholders anymore.
No.
Now it's like, no, we can't. No. He's not the right guy for this.
So I mean, but just think about it. I mean, because really, Elon Musk has won already.
Yeah, he's won. It's gonna go in his way. And he's actually been working towards this for a while. Doc says everything Elon touches turns into gold. I really do think that he would have a positive impact on Twitter. It's just I don't know the world that we live in, we need to be busting up these, types of deals like this. It really should be, some of this stuff should turn into, what's the word I'm looking for? Utilities. Some of these stuffs, even something like Twitter, I think at some point should be like a utility. Do y'all get what I'm saying? So it's completely level for everybody and not owned by an individual, owned by the people maybe. Doc says, another Doc guess, Eon plays this out and uses the bump in price to dump all of it and use the profit to buy and make another platform. You never know. But look, I don't know if that would be the right move, Doc, because Twitter is, they're already ingrained, they already have a huge, if you build a new platform, you're going to have to build that up, and that's going to take time. Twitter is already there, so you already got all those people on there. That's
the part, because, and that's one of the reasons why he's aiming at because I mean, Bezos owns what's Zuckerberg?
Zuckerberg is that's another thing we haven't mentioned, because I meant to bring that up, because they're talking about Elon Musk having too much power, and this kind of like goes with against my argument.
But see, it's okay for Zuckerberg because he plays along with them.
Right. That was what I was about to say. And Zuckerberg, Facebook is huge, and it's Twitter. So like basically it's this one guy.
It's Facebook.
And Instagram.
No, he doesn't own TikTok. It's another one that's in there. What's not TikTok, but the other one that was kind of popular for a few minutes, for a little bit, that they took control over too.
Don't get me to lying.
Damn.
But he's too powerful.
The one Snapchat.
Yeah, I think it is Snapchat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's too powerful. But they didn't have a problem with that. They got a problem with Elon Musk, because he's not in on the crowd, and he's not in on the agenda. He's not in on the narrative.
Exactly.
I don't think you can't really compare Elon Musk and Zuck.
But he's too much of a rightist. Like, I mean, he's more too conservative and with old values. I mean, I think there's some value in being progressive, but to what extent?
I think one of the main differences between Zuck and Elon Musk is I feel like Zuck was chosen. Like, I don't think it was a coincidence that all these things worked out in Zuckerberg's favor, bro. Like, there's no way. Not to take away from his, innovation and ability and creativity and all of that. Bro. But he was chosen. I think that somebody else could, should, and probably did do a better job, or could, in that same realm. But Zuck was chosen. I don't think Elon Musk had that kind of road laid out for him the same way Zuck was.
Look, who else has the same kind of narrative as Zuck? Who had the same story in that same, like in the technology growth?
Gates?
Exact same story.
Yeah, same thing. Gates was chosen too. This is kind of like the aristocracy, or the you know what I'm trying to say. It's just like the presidents. It's they
are part of a family. They were able, like, these people are able to be used because, I mean, the technology that comes about. I mean, none of them did it, just one person by themselves. It was a group of people who came up with all these things and made it a reality. But because they can be at the helm, because they are part of that elite group, they were raised up into.
They were anointed. So that's my point. Like, damn it, I lost it. Here it is. Zuck's philosophy or how he stands on things or how he does things is not necessarily up to his point of views. Because he's been propped up, he's got to answer to powers that be also. This is my point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he doesn't have to.
Not necessarily, but it's just the way that things are set up. Parents, uncles, whatever.
Well,
however, he got anointed. However that happened, he's beholden to those people. Because if they gave it to him, they could take it away.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, like some of these people, you know, because of their connections, if they don't follow the way that they're supposed to, you know, what their leaders are telling them, they can get lost up in the Bermuda Triangle somewhere.
Exactly,
And
nigga. They can't get suicided. It randomly happens to shit. It'll be a car accident. It'll be a boat accident. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, one of Eon's goals is to give internet to the world either free or as cheap as possible.
See, and his car company says the same. Says exactly what, you know, all those bright ideas. His car is named after the guy who had the same kind of thought process.
Right. So yeah. So that's one of the things that they have a problem with. The way he's going at things is not the, you know, the right way as far as they are concerned. And Doc, I'm gonna get to that stuff you sent me, but I want to cover this video before that, and then we're gonna wrap it after that.
We got to be careful. Like, you know, like certain people, like, I mean, we can't just personally protect them, but, you know, we got to somewhat ride with people who's really willing to, because I mean, that's a rare thing that we can find for people at that level, financially and mentally. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who really is riding for the people that's at that, you know, because it's easy, it'll be easy for him to be like, so what? I'm cool. Like, I'm, you know, I can ride with everybody else and, you know, be safe, or, you know, I can actually stand up for what's right for this country, the principles that was laid down, the laws that was laid down, that I'm just not going to allow somebody to come in and, you know, take my, you know, my God-given rights and my political rights just because, you know, of an agenda that they've come up with.
And then once you get so powerful like he is, then you can actually have an impact. And but there's somebody else that fits right with him. I wanted to mention, what is his name? He's an investment guy. The guy that brought it out to everybody's attention that he paid less taxes than his secretary. What's that dude's name?
Warren Buffett.
Buffett. So Buffett falls in that same little boat with Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? As far as he doesn't fit the mold of the way they want him to do things. But just like Elon Musk, you know, Buffett made his money off of, like, you know, basically shady investments, I would say. You know, insider trading type of shit. Like, he wasn't just like a genius on the fucking stock market, bro. Come on.
Well,
let me play some more of this. Basically, I'm saying he's a good bad guy or a bad good guy. Elon Musk too.
Ellen Pao, former CEO of Reddit, railing against Musk in the pages of the Washington Post, a newspaper owned by Jeff Bezos, complaining about rich people controlling channels of communication. The broader idea, I suppose, that is at stake is one that we talk about a lot on our channel: a lack of true values and principles. Absolute values, kindness, service, community, free speech. Some of the things that are in the American Constitution that are there as kind of a timeless framework within which a healthy democracy might grow. If you disagree with a principle, then I suppose we should be able to debate its application. But what we have at the moment are systems of censorship that favour either one side of an argument or another, with no one saying, look, I'm willing to listen to all sides of an argument. That's what I think we have to advocate for. True free speech, the freedom of speech of people that you oppose. Now, as I understand it, Elon Musk has publicly said, I'm
trying to make this channel that, you know, a place where people can actually have a certain amount of free speech within the framework of YouTube and the platforms that we're able to use. but I especially want all of the different angles of the topics that we talk about to be covered, because like we were saying, right and wrong is perspective. So people need to hear, people need to be able to come up with their own philosophies, but they can't do that if they're not given all the angles.
Well, well, I don't know if it needs to. I mean, because it's only so far we can go, as far as philosophies. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but there needs to be room for people to be able to expand on their thoughts. So, I mean, if you only getting one side of the story, you can't truly make a educated, you can't really think of it in a full view if you're not seeing any parts of the other side where, there's no true debate. There's no real, what I'm saying, is this and that's it.
And that's dogma.
It's this or this.
And that's dogma, and that's also the religion, good or bad. I mean, good or evil, right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm righteous, you're not. I do it the right way, you don't.
Freedom of speech on Twitter, and I'm willing to pay over the odds to acquire this company. So then what do the people who oppose him want really? Because surely you want more money, and presumably you want more freedom of speech. It's the freedom of speech thing, right? What's left is they want to be able to control the cultural output of that platform. Now, this ain't news to a lot of you, because many people have observed that Twitter has become a pretty censorial place for a little while now, whether you like Donald Trump or not. And I know loads of you do and loads of you don't. But kicking Donald Trump off of a platform, I don't know, man. Is that freedom of speech when a social media platform has more power than a president? And I seem to remember that a lot of these people that are complaining now were like, good, get him off there. Right, Elon Musk coming in. So it shows it's not about values and principles. It's about preferences. It's about...
So depending on the person, it's like, you know what I'm saying? So like, you're canceled, so no, and that's like you said, the right or wrong, good or bad, or left, right, or whatever. Like, I approve of this guy's message so he can talk. I don't approve of this guy's message. Get him the fuck out of here.
Their personal preferences about the kind of free speech that they would like to see elevated and promoted. Many detractors went the Powell route, suddenly getting religion about concentrated wealth having control over the public discourse. However, they didn't stop there. Media figures everywhere are openly complaining that they dislike the Musk move because they're terrified he will censor people less. A professional journalist who opposed free speech was not long ago considered a logical impossibility. Things are different now, of course, because the bulk of journalists no longer see themselves as outsiders who challenge official pieties, but rather as people who live inside the rope lines and defend those pieties. Do you know it's possible these days to have a Bill Gates sponsored scholarship, or a journalist learns their trade at a Bill Gates sponsored school and then goes and works at a Bill Gates sponsored media institution and publishes Bill Gates encouraging stories about issues that Bill Gates will benefit from and still be called a journalist? It's hardly Woodward and Bernstein, is it? It's hardly out there challenging power. I'm guessing this latest news is arousing special horror because the current version of Twitter is the professional journalist's idea of utopia, a place where Donald Trump doesn't exist. Everyone with unorthodox thoughts is warning labeled. Age-restricted content seems to be a popular recent scam. And the current thing is constantly hyped to the moronic max. Matt Taibbi talked about this when he came on our podcast, Under the Skin. He said that journalists and reporters used to be allied with the ordinary population. They used to regard themselves as outsiders, dissenting, throwing rocks at the establishment, inquiring and questioning. Now, as Taibbi points out here again, journalists are on the inside, protecting the establishment, protecting the system. What does that tell you has happened to the media? What does that tell you has happened to the profession of journalism? To me, it suggests
journalism is dead.
That journalism has become the propaganda wing of the corporate state machine, expressing, espousing, promoting opinions that are beneficial to establishment power, never promoting dissent. Today, the dissent may not please you. Tomorrow, it might be your dissent that's being shut down. So please.
That's the main point. And it's like, it's crazy how these liberals were the ones that were, Trump out of there, man. He's dangerous. He's talking stuff on Twitter. It's dangerous. And then these are the same ones who saying, wait a minute, Elon Musk coming in trying to make it fair and shit.
Bro, and that is so insane. It's funny as hell. But
That I don't think they even see their hypocrisy.
No, a lot of them don't, because I mean, like I said, I mean, most people, and you know, I'm gonna say, in my opinion, these are the people who will follow anything that, you know, just, you know, without a thought of it, they'll you know, grab onto it and take it wherever, with no fight, no no kind of research, anything. They'll just take whatever has been said, and they'll go around the world saying the same thing, because
it's the approved message, and a lot of people are scared, right? That's what it is. That's what they teach us. We was talking about the prison idea in the schools. The first thing they teach you is to just do what they said and don't go outside of that. Like, don't make no waves. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're trained this our whole life. So whatever is the approved message, that's obviously right, and we're just gonna go with that. We're not gonna challenge that, you know. And the masses just go with whatever the narrative is, because even if they think about it, and even if they think it's not necessarily right, they don't want to go against it. They don't want to be ostracized. I get ostracized time and time again behind the things that I say. And it's scary. It is scary. That thing could elevate it to a real scenario. You know what I'm saying? A real, like, life or death situation can come out of that. You know? So, like, it is you know, and there's punishments. You can lose your job. You know, you lose your wife. You know, you're kicked out of the church. You're kicked out of whatever groups that you like to be with, you know? So, you know,
ostracized.
There's a reason, there's a benefit to going along to get along.
Well, I think that's short term. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, all of that is short term, but when you look at it from the, you know, holistic approach, with the holistic approach, you really, you know, in most cases, you have to lose something. You have to sacrifice something to actually get to the good, to the meat, you know, in order to really come up on you know, a true beneficial side. You're gonna have to sacrifice something. But if you're always just, you know, going along to get along, I mean, it might be smooth in the beginning, but at some point you're gonna fall off. So
thanks for joining 369. I don't know who you are. I don't recognize your tag or nothing.
It's just silly old me.
Oh, it's you, Thriller. Okay. Brendan. Let me go back to this video.
Please don't see this in terms of, well, I feel this way about the pandemic or Ukraine or about this, that, or the other, what he calls the current thing. And I know a lot of people use that phrase. Think instead about the principle, the value, the same as I would invite the Twitter board to. What are your principles really? What do you believe in really? If you believe in community power, service, individual freedom, democracy, the ability to run your own communities, then you've got a set of beliefs by which to run your life. If you've got spiritual principles, religious principles, wherever they come from, if you believe in your freedom and the other person's freedom, then you stand a chance. If what you believe in is your version of tyranny, because your version of tyranny you've worked out is really nice and really kind and really fluffy and cool, then you ain't no different than any other tyrant. Regarding Twitter, journalists worked very hard to create this thriving intellectual paradise. So, of course, they're devastated to imagine that a single rich person could even try to walk in and upend the project. Couldn't Musk just leave Twitter in the hands of responsible speech-protecting shareholders like Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal? If there's anyone who believes in free speech, it's Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal. If you object to Elon Musk, then you've surely got to have some views on Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal, particularly on the basis of free speech. It's become increasingly clear over the last 6 years that these people want it both ways. They don't want to break up the surveillance capitalism model or come up with a transparent, consistent, legalistic, fair framework for dealing with troublesome online speech. No, they actually want tech companies to remain giant black box monopolies with opaque moderation systems so they can direct the speech policing power of those companies to desired political ends. Well, there you go. There it is in a sentence. An authoritarian framework already exists in the speech world, just with different billionaires at the helm. So it's not the principle of billionaires, it's their billionaires. When I first started to cover the content moderation phenomenon back in 2018, I was repeatedly told by colleagues I was worrying over trivialities, that there couldn't possibly be any negative fallout to coordinated backroom deals to deplatform the likes of Alex Jones, or to the Senate demanding Facebook, Twitter and Google start zapping more Russian disinformation accounts. Even when I pointed out that it wasn't just right-wingers and Russians vanishing, but also Palestinian activists and police brutality sites and a growing number of small independent news outlets. Most of my colleagues didn't care because they were so sure they'd never be targeted. The credentialed media were mostly all for the most aggressive possible conception of content moderation. Well, that's when it gets deep. That's when it gets into the type of individuals we've become. I include myself in this, schooled on selfishness, on pleasure, on distraction. So you can't see beyond your own sensory system. You can't see beyond the domain of your own personal preferences. Oh, well, I'll probably be all right. My job will probably be okay. So you'll use some kind of totem like, oh, you've got to be responsible about Russian propaganda, or you can't allow this kind of hate speech, but not notice that all little Palestinian deals are getting shut down or independent sites because ultimately you care only about yourself. This is where we really need to make changes at the level of our own individual consciousness, our own ethics, our own morality. We have to have a system of values that we're willing to live by ourselves. Otherwise, we're participants in this kind of self-centered world of myopic self-interest. It was beyond obvious that self-described progressives would eventually regret hounding people like Mark Zuckerberg to start getting into the editorial business, and that pushing Silicon Valley to take a bigger interest in controlling speech was flirting with disaster. Of course, they would someday wake up to find these companies owned by people less sympathetic to their niche political snobbery and be horrified and wish they'd never urged virtually unregulated tech oligopolies to start meddling in the speech soup. This is why we need principles that are immutable, principles that are reliable. Then you'll know how to approach the subject of war. Then you'll know how to approach the subject of regulation and legislation in a pandemic. Then you'll know about surveillance and free speech. Kindness, fairness, other people's free speech, community, democracy, manageable power, access to power. If all you think about is, am I okay? Oh yeah, I'm still okay. Those people have been executed, but I'm okay. Am I still okay? If that's all you care about, you have nothing except your own pleasure, your own inner evolution, your own evolved systems of self-reward to guide you. Now here we are. To all those people who are flipping out and shuddering over the possibilities, CNBC, if he owns the whole place, the orange man is probably going to be back. Remember that you didn't mind when other unaccountable tycoons started down this road. You cheered it on, in fact, and backlash from someone with different political opinions and real money was 100% predictable. This is the system you asked for. Buy the ticket, take the ride. Well, there you go. Matt Taibbi there has laid it all out pretty plainly for you. Me, personally, Elon Musk seems like an interesting, fascinating character. He said things I agree with. He said things I disagree with. You know, if you watch this channel regularly, and I suggest that you do, that I have complex and evolving opinions on the nature of wealth and power, that I would like to see real democracy enter as many spheres and as many lives as possible. But it's difficult, isn't it, to disagree with what Matt Taibbi has said there, that all we're talking about is preferences over particular billionaires with particular opinions. And what I'd like to add to it is, if you as an individual, as you as a member of a community have no real values other than your own self-interest, then you will be blown around by real power, because real power, they have an agenda, they have opinions, they have prerequisite outcomes. So I guess it's time for us to try and connect with something eternal. But that's just what
He said it all. Like I can't rebuttal none of that, and I just stand on everything that he said.
Pretty much.
You know, the part about us, you know, our own self accountability, and how like they're just choosing which oligarchs or which, you know, depending on their political stance and shit like that. Like, you know, and how like it's gonna come back on you. Like, how can you think that it's okay for them to go after Trump or Alex Jones and think that that is never gonna come back on you? What makes people think that? They're like, oh, my view is the right view. I'm the liberal view, so they'll never come at me. You know, you're deluding yourself if you think that way. Things could flip around, and things do flip around.
Quick. With no warning.
And the Democrats may not fucking make it. They may not get 8 years this time in the executive branch.
And I think more legitly, because I mean the whole, like, you know, whether, you know, like I said, I'm not going through that whole argument of, you know, whether he really won or lost. You know, we're talking about Trump, but you know, so many people are so fearful of him, and the narrative they was able to put in the news, it was almost kind of not fair how they did all of that. But
okay, the 6 companies. Did we? I don't think I showed this. Let me show this. This is an easier, and I've seen this one before.
we probably know those names. They said it was 4, right?
It's 6.
6, okay. So
yeah, of course we know these names. It's GE, News Corp, Disney, Viacom, Time Warner, and CBS. So, and I've seen this chart before, and I think I've showed this on the show before. I ain't gonna lie, but so GE notable properties is Comcast, NBC, Universal Pictures, and Focus Features. News Corp notable properties Fox, Wall Street Journal, New York Post. Disney notable properties ABC, ESPN, Pixar, Miramax, and Marvel Studios. Damn. Viacom notable properties MTV, Nick Jr., BET, CMT, and Paramount Pictures. Time Warner notable properties CNN, HBO, Time, and Warner Brothers. CBS notable properties Showtime, Smithsonian Channel, NFL.com, Jeopardy, and 60 Minutes. So that's basically everything.
yeah, Viacom. Yep. GE, they're an electric company, but okay. Oh no. Okay. So you said, oh yeah. You said that GE owns the well, which I already kind of knew, but
Yeah. People should care about these things. You know, monopolies, oligarchies. We should care about this. What if one of these decide to buy the other 5?
what's that again?
I said, what if one of these decided to buy the other 5?
I mean, it's just going to shift because I mean, it's well, we saw how the those different investment companies, everybody has shares within each other within each other's platform. So it's just going to go. I mean, at this point, it'll just be transferred to the energy will be transferred from one company into the next. But I don't really see where that'll really shift. Like,
Well, it'll be less. It'll be less fucking any kind of competition. It'll be less. You know, they'll just do whatever the hell they want, and then whatever we see as movies, it's already kind of like that. Whatever we see as movies and TV, it's all gonna follow whatever narrative that's approved.
Yep.
Like it won't be nothing outside of it.
What narrative are they pushing now in the movies?
Well, I like to say wartime propaganda, but what were you gonna say?
Like maybe apocalypse shit, superhero shit, and like sci-fi like shit. You know,
Basically, a bunch of
Presentation kid
emotional.
movie. But
Yes, that's what they are. They're
push
basically
UFOs a lot.
they're basically a bunch of end of the world. It's a bunch of emotional, childlike stuff. They don't make like, you know, stuff that's thoughtful. You know,
It's not
and,
random anymore. It's just like the same programming.
and they don't have stories no more. It's all just the CGI action explosions. And like I say, it's all just emotional. They just pull on your emotional strings, but they don't, you know, work your mind at all. You know, what's his name? The movie, the last Joker movie. I really liked it a lot. A lot of people didn't like that movie.
It
You know,
just wasn't a Batman movie. That's
yeah.
why.
So I could understand that they were looking because it's not like a comic book movie, like a traditional comic book like action movie. It was not that. It was not an action movie at all, really. So, but the things that it explored in that movie was great, and that ending scene in that movie was fucking powerful. And that movie, I was watching about what's his name, the guy who does I want to say Scorsese, but that's not him. The guy who did Pulp Fiction. What's the guy? Tarantino. And he was talking about that movie. He was talking about Joker. And he was like, okay, the movie was underwhelming him until that last scene. And he said he was blown away. That movie, it was mental. And that's the reason why I think that people
not with all
don't
the
want
mass shootings and shit.
Well,
not with all the mass shootings and shit. It's just like, wow, perfect timing.
No. Well, it is perfect timing as far as like the chaos, the anarchy, the people pushing back.
Just
Yeah.
glorifying a mass shooter.
No, that's not what they were doing in that movie. Go watch it again.
Didn't he blow the guy's head off?
Yes, he did. But that's not what the movie was, you know. The guy was a
It's what led up to
sociopath.
it.
The guy was the guy was a nut job, you know, period. But the movie was exploring, you know, mental health. It was exploring how society creates people, how society determines who has value.
I did watch it.
Who has value and who doesn't. I mean, it was really deep as far as if you was it's psychology all through that movie. It's a damn it's a damn psych class if you can pick it apart. So that's why I loved it. But people don't like movies like that much because it makes them think, and they don't want to think. They just want to get in a movie and just let, you know, action happen and go through a little emotional roller coaster. The good guys win, and then I eat my popcorn and I go home.
I like a good mystery movie. I like to try to solve the mystery, bro.
Yeah, well, anything that makes
I'm
you
always
think,
like
I think
pausing the movie, like, okay, this is what's happening, I think.
Well, me, I can't watch TV. I was watching a movie with somebody just the other day, and I'm predicting everything that's gonna happen and shit. Like I said, I ruined the shit for everybody, so I can't even enjoy the damn movie. The damn writing is so terrible now in most of the stuff. Like it's like you could predict the whole movie. Like it's no surprises. And I was saying I watched that. I went to the movies and saw with a friend of mine. We went and saw the last Fast and Furious movie, and I swear to God, it was like the worst movie I ever seen in my life. It was so painful.
You want to know why I think the shit is because we see so much shit on a daily basis, like little short clips of videos and shit.
Right, the TikToks.
That it's like sitting down to watch a movie, but it better be a good ass movie.
Right, they're making our attention span shorter and shorter and shorter, and they're also making people feel like they know things by watching a 2 minute TikTok. They feel like they're you know, they they are real versed on the topic off of that, and then they walk around with confidence thinking that they know something, and with their short ass attention span, and they don't, you know, for you to know anything, you got to dig through the details. A scholarship takes years, you know what I'm saying, to really understand a topic. You can't learn it in no, you can't read one book, you can't watch one video, you can't watch one TikTok and understand a fucking topic. No, get that shit out of your head. But they got everybody thinking that, you know what I'm saying? And so, but that's what it is. That's part of the control. You know, everybody wants easy, simple. Like we're going back to the religion, right, wrong, good, bad. Keep all this simple. I don't want to have to think. The smart people are handling things for us, and they, you know, let them make the decisions about my life, and then my life is easier. I just go to work and I just watch my TV shows to distract me from what's really happening in the world, because I really don't want to know, and so that I could just enjoy my life. And it goes back to what Russell Brand was saying about the selfishness. We just want our life to just be good, and like if it's not coming to affect us directly, us or our family, then like fuck it, we don't really care about it at all, you know. But the problem with that is, you know, at some point the things can come around and deal with. If you don't care about your neighbor's family, who's to say you're not next? So you're deluding yourself when you think that. Let me read a bit of this Doc sent. I'm not gonna really go into this too heavy, but I want to read the little top part of it. Hold on. Because we mentioned Facebook and we mentioned his acquisition. So Doc sent us
Hey, bro. Can I tell you something? Can you get the lion back on?
Go ahead.
All right, bro. Hold on.
What were you gonna say?
I'm pulling it up in my notes.
Okay. Well, let me
Okay,
read this
so
right
I
quick.
say this.
Oh, you got it. Go ahead.
All right, so a lion that's birthed in your arms and is fed by your hand and is loved by you, it will grow up to be your best friend, man. Like, look online. You can see the videos of the lions and their owners. But if that same lion is birthed in the jungle, then it's the lion we all fear. So then there's the third kind. Then there's the third kind of lion, the circus cat. The circus cat has to be both of them and know when to put on a show. But anyway,
I don't know if that's deep, bro.
it's the nature.
And look,
It's the nature of the beast. If it's loved, it's loved, man. If it's all about survival, then it's a beast.
No, I completely disagree with that whole premise, bro. Nature is supposed to be nature, period. That guy who grew up feeding that lion, I guarantee you that lion was in prison, bro. That lion was not able to be a lion. A lion is supposed to be ferocious.
Oh, yeah,
You're supposed to fear him.
I'm not for getting lions. I'm not saying that. I was in an
No,
analogy.
that's all the way wrong. He treated that lion as a pet. He took that lion completely out of its nature. And also, I bet you that lion lived in a freaking closed-in
I'm just saying,
prison.
lions that grow up with humans don't attack humans.
And I get your point, but that lion is not a lion no more, and his nature has been taken out of him, and that's the reason why I don't like pets. You are turning this. You put him in prison. He's mentally fucked, is what you've done. You've mentally fucked that lion. He's got mental health issues. He's all fucked up. You put him in a prison and took him out of his natural habitat, and he developed into
when I'm
something
rapping,
that wasn't natural.
When I rap, bro, I'm the lion in the wild. But when I'm chilling at home, you know, I'm the nurtured, loved lion. And then when I'm performing, I'm the circus lion.
No, bro. That lion that lived in nature was nurtured and loved by nature. He lived a good life. Even if he died young, he was free. He didn't live a life in prison.
I agree with that.
That's
why I don't get goldfish or nothing, bro. I don't put fish in the tank or nothing.
That's prison.
I don't have any pets.
I'm totally against pets. Fish is my only one of my few little, because fish have like a really short memory, and they like. But that's my excuse. That's my justification. But it's still the same.
Bro, fish in a
Putting them.
bowl is like my worst.
Oh, I
Like,
hate that. I hate those so bad. Whenever I see that, I always mention it to whoever has it. I'm like, bruh, can you imagine if you lived in this little bitty bowl your whole fucking life? You think that that fish is really having a fucking life? That is not right. It's a sentient being and it's alive. It's not here for your fucking pleasure. Let me read the top of this, because we talked about this earlier and I want to clear this up, and then we can talk about whatever, and I'm gonna wrap it because it's getting late. I'm tired. It says list of mergers and acquisitions by Meta Platforms. Meta Platform, formerly Facebook Inc., is a technology company that has acquired 91 other companies, including WhatsApp. The WhatsApp acquisition closed at steep $16 billion, more than $40 per user of the $40 per user of the platform. Meta also purchased the defunct company ConnectU in a court settlement and acquired intellectual property formerly held by rival Friendster. The majority of the companies acquired by Meta are based in the United States, and in turn, a large percentage of these companies are based in or around San Francisco Bay Area. Meta has also invested in Lucky Cow and Wildfire Interactive. Most of Meta's acquisitions have primarily been talent acquisitions, and acquired products are often shut down. In 2009, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg posted a question on Quora titled, "What startups would be good acquisitions for Facebook?" Receiving 79 answers, he stated in 2010 that we have not once bought a company for the company. We buy companies to get excellent people. In order to have a really entrepreneurial culture, one of the key things is to make sure we're recruiting the best people. One of the ways to do this is to focus on acquiring great companies with great founders. The Instagram acquisition announced on April 9, 2012, appears to have been the first exception to this pattern. While continuing the pattern of primarily talent acquisitions, other notable product-focused acquisitions included the $19 billion WhatsApp acquisition and the $2 billion Oculus VR acquisition. I think that's fucking bullshit when he says just fucking hostile takeover in your company because you have great talent. And that's supposed to sound good. Yeah, it's a hostile takeover, but we're doing it because you guys have great talent. So we're just gonna absorb all the good people out of y'all into our company. The shitty ones, yeah, go find another job. This is a cool ass chart, bro.
Fellas, I haven't hopped on here in so long, bro. I didn't talk about not one thing that I thought I was gonna talk about.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you get on the show, because the conversations kind of take on a life of their own. But this is the end of the show, so we're free now. I'm gonna scroll on Instagram, and whatever pops up and whatever y'all want to talk about, we can talk about, because I'm gonna wrap it soon.
It's 4:30 where I'm at. I'm tired.
Yeah, it's 3:39 here. U.S. mining company in Jamaica. I didn't know that U.S. had a mining company in Jamaica. What are they mining for in Jamaica? Let me see this.
What up, dog? I love it. It's
What's
good
up?
seeing you.
Yeah, man, good to see you too, bro.
Good to see
What did
both
you
of you.
did you have something on your mind that you wanted to share?
Hello, Doc.
You, Brendan.
Me? Nah, man. Dude, if I did, I forgot it already.
fuck no.
Hitting a wall.
What the fuck? Hells no. Hells no. Look at this shit. Fuck no. Who's the engineer? Is there a better way? It looks like they're trying to take this down. That shit's gonna fucking fall over, bro.
What you talking about?
You see on the screen right here? It looks like it looks like a water tower, some kind of tower. But these men are working on the side of it. It's kind of like how you do when you're taking down a tree. So they're like demolishing it, it looks like. You know what's gonna happen with that thing. It's gonna fucking. Huh?
You can't see your screen.
Oh shit, y'all can't see my screen. Thank you. This, I don't know. I'm sorry. It's kind of off the point, but this caught my eye. Like, it's a big ass water tower right here, and these guys are working on it, and it looks like they're demolishing it. But you know, common sense tell me that shit's gonna fucking fall over, bro. And like, bro, like these dudes are in danger like a motherfucker. It's got to be, what the fuck? Like, look at the tools that they're using for this. That thing is gonna fall. Yeah, bro. Them bricks gonna fall. They're not gonna make it. I mean, I'm sure there's something, the engineer has a plan or whatever, but it's just that caught my eye. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey guys, I'm out. I gotta go. I'm gonna holler at you guys tomorrow.
All right, man. Peace and love, man. All the time you give me I appreciate it.
All right, man. Peace and love. I'm gonna holler.
Yeah, we about to wrap it soon, anyways.
All right, man.
Is that Nicki Minaj grinding on somebody? I think it is. She's not showing the face of the guy. Somebody getting to rub on Nicki Minaj. That's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. It says you can't survive off of 10K a month. Let me hear this.
$1,000 a year is $10,000 a month. It's not that I live a lavish lifestyle. It's that I live an adult life. I'm 25 years old. You cannot survive on $10,000 a month. I can't. $17,000 a year is $10,000 a month. It's not that I live a lavish lifestyle. It's that I live an adult life. I'm 25 years old. You cannot survive on $10,000 a month. I can't. 17,000.
Right there.
I fucking hate her comments though. It's that fucking elitist ass bullshit, bro. It's that bullshit of, it's that, okay, $10,000 a month. Okay. I would love to have a $10,000 a month budget. I ain't gonna lie.
She's a demon, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So she's saying you're a heathen if you live under $10,000 a month, because how could you do that? I can't even imagine that. So it's like, that's another thing I be talking about, how people can't connect with others, and it's another separation. It's like, you're a heathen, whatever she does. I wonder what she does to for a living. I bet you it's not all that fucking honest. I bet you she doesn't do, I bet you her money is more important than somebody's fucking, life. Because just by her comments, she looks at everybody else as shit if they live less than $10,000 a month.
She's trying to stunt, man. She thinks she's a bad bitch.
I hate that way of thinking. I hate that shit. I hate the way we got here. It's so and money is not everything. And as far as her saying the $10,000 a month, it would be cool. I mean, I think, how come everybody can't have $10,000 a month budget?
Dog, I would kill for that right now.
And that's my point. My point is that
I've never spent $10,000 a month. Not me.
Me neither. I don't think so. Unless it was mortgages and shit that I didn't fucking recognize, that's how it was happening. But yeah, so I hate that idea. I hate that way of thinking.
everybody don't want to make $10,000 a month. Let me start there. Everybody don't want that. Some people want to live a simple life, you know, and they want to focus on like spending time with their family and, you know, building and creating things. If you are focused on making money, then you know, if nothing wrong with that. But I mean, how much time does she spend on making money? How much time does she spend connecting with others? You know,
does she balance it, or is she going overboard
Right.
here
Right.
with her alter ego persona that she got on TikTok?
Right.
I
Like,
think
we
she's
don't
gonna
know, but
she's gonna lose a lot of respect around her
yeah,
loved
well,
ones, and then
it
she'll
went
grow up.
viral. The little caption said it went viral, and I'm sure it went viral because of the outrage that everybody's having behind what she said, not because they agree with her. Doc sent me something.
Shit.
He says my goal is to have $5,000 a month to spend. That's a nice number. It says, and I probably won't spend most of that, so I can do a vacation or big purchase every now and then. Yeah, income is important. You know, money is a tool, and we need it to live. But
At this point, dude, money is, you gotta have it, man. I mean, it is, unfortunately, in America, it's a money game. If life's a game, it's a money game. Or you can just live simply, accept that you're not gonna play the money game, and you're just gonna be with your family, which is probably a smarter move anyway.
that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can go at this different ways. Just because somebody doesn't decide to make more than $10,000 a month doesn't make that person a heathen, less human, or whatever. Like, this is just your perspective. You feel like you should make $10,000 a month more. That's fine. I can sympathize with that. But I can also sympathize with a guy who feels like he wants to live frugally. He wants to live a simple life. He wants to, you know, not own a lot of things, not, you know, so he could be more free, you know. There's different ways to go at it. You can't say that one is right and the other one is wrong. It goes back to our whole argument that we're talking about. Like, so her philosophy is more than $10,000 a month is right, less than $10,000 a month is wrong.
You know what, Chaka? I just had a realization. Bro, I think you should do a segment on good, like just a bunch of feel good shit. Just get the people feeling good.
That's a good idea. Let me leave a note. I do be covering really dark stuff a lot.
Yeah. Like, I'm already drained.
It drains me. It drains me too. I feel you. I feel you, man. That's a good. I thank you for that. You know, that's what I need all the time is you know, I need that kind of criticism so that, you know, I keep on improving.
It might be hard at first because it's something different, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time even thinking of what the damn you know, the whole damn, I don't know how I would even come about that. But I guess I could find stories. But the stories I see that are feel good stories be all bullshit and they piss me off. They actually have the opposite effect on me because they be trying to say, like, oh, look, this person made it. They were homeless and now they, you know, they went to college and now they got a job and all this. And then it's like, wait a minute. So what about, you know, the system that led this guy to being homeless and shit?
Right. Maybe not just like those stories. Maybe just like a puppy running around or something, you know?
Yeah. I'll think of something. It'll be something having to do with nature, probably. Animals and stuff.
Hell yeah, animals. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Knowledge on like how animals act in their family groups and shit. 'Cause dude, animals aren't as vicious as we think. I mean, we're vicious. These humans
Yeah, I
are
think
getting
so.
Animals that we are bringing back from the brink of extinction.
Yes, that's a good topic. And I was really interested. You know, when Corona first happened, a lot of animals, because we was all on lockdown, and nature was rebounding. The air was all clear. The smog went away for a while. Animals was roaming in the streets. All this wildlife. It was beautiful. I was loving it. What was I gonna say? Animals. Oh, Fukushima. That's another one that I like. I like that story because they it had the disaster, but because of that, they abandoned that whole area since back then, and the wildlife has come back like crazy. And they know that the radiation is high, but those animals are thriving over there. And it's just a result of human not being over there, not human activity. The natural wolves have come back over there. You got the deer. I mean, the wildlife is crazy over there. And another thing about that I like about that particular story is how you can see how nature has taken back the roads and taken back the buildings and stuff, all the stuff they abandoned.
Yeah. It's like we got the power. Humans got the power, bro. And look at what we do. We eat the animals. We fucking demolish all their turf. We don't give a fuck about animals. Humans are selfish. But they're starting to wake up. They're starting to wake up. So it's like, okay, so where's this gonna go?
We should. And I was in class the other day.
Up, it's rotting their brains too because it's happening too quick. It's like they're fed too much information too quick.
Right. It's kind of like what they said in the Matrix, that you can't unplug a person after they get over a certain age. In class not that long ago, we were talking about the buildings, how they build the buildings with the certain kind of. I don't know. Let me move on. The buildings with the way they build the buildings, the skyscrapers, the way they do the windows and stuff, and how like the birds, it has an impact on the birds. The birds die from crashing into these skyscrapers. So they have these certain ways that they build the windows that keeps that from happening. But some people don't.
Dude,
and
where I'm
the
from,
dude,
motherfuckers just shoot birds down for fun.
And I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I did that a little bit when I was younger, when I had my BB gun, but I felt bad about it afterwards. But my point is that, this dude in the class, he was like, who cares about a few birds? And it's like, bro, like I hate that comment, bro. Like, you don't care about the birds? Like, we build these buildings in a way that makes the birds fucking crash into them and die. And then you don't have a problem with that. It's like, who cares about those birds? How can you even say that? Like, I was struck. I was like flabbergasted that this dude made that comment. But that shows how a lot of people feel. They're like, fuck those birds. But people don't understand. Oh, here's the clip of the Mike Tyson. I'm gonna play this. But people don't understand, but we rely on all of this. We're a part of the ecosystem. We're not above it. We're a part of the food chain. We're not separate from it. The birds all go away. We don't know what the fucking impacts that's going to have. Our ass probably going to starve to death. It'll be a chain reaction. We're so dumb when we think that we fucking, it doesn't matter. The insects, all that stuff is part of the food chain. That's how this whole thing works. And you break up that too much, then we ain't gonna make it. It's real simple. We should care about the birds. Just if you care about yourself, you should care about the birds. Earlier we talked about the Tyson clip, and this popped up. So this is the actual Tyson clip where the guy,
He'll be a rapper with Tyson.
the guy got ate up by Tyson. Let me play
Trying to
this.
give us some shrooms. You don't know how to act. Tyson looking out, man. This shit crazy as fuck.
Should have never gave you his money.
JetBlue, net flight, My boy just got beat up by Mike Tyson. Turn that way. Yeah, he got fucked up. Just trying to.
Oh, they edited out the clip where he was hitting them. The clip I
Just watch
saw,
something
it
to Mike
shows
Tyson, bro.
Tyson gets
This
up
shit crazy, bro.
and
Mike
turns
Tyson.
around. Like, see, look, he's all over his head.
Lit, man. He over
Yeah,
here
they cut
rapping
out
with
the
Tyson.
part. So Tyson stood
Damn,
up
bro,
and
I need
started
that goofy.
Mike Tyson trying to give us some shrooms.
wailing on this dude.
You don't know how to act.
They cut out the part where he was actually hitting him. That's probably better
Damn.
anyways.
Tyson doesn't need that assault charge.
I know, bruh. I hope he doesn't get in trouble behind it.
Oh, you already know he's getting sued for like millions.
I don't think so, bruh. Like, the video is clear. The dude was antagonizing him. So I think that, you know, that you could bring that into court.
You can't do that, bro. Not with
Yeah.
Mike Tyson. You can't.
Well, he didn't knock the dude out, like I was saying. I'm sure he showed restraint, or otherwise, you know, the guy would have been all fucked up. He had a couple
His head was
scratches on the
bleeding.
side. Huh?
It's Mike Tyson, bro. You can't be punching civilians.
I feel you. But like I say, he clearly held back. He had some scratches on his face. Yes, he was bleeding a bit. But again, that's Mike Tyson. He could have knocked that dude into the next you know,
Dude, just think of what happened to Will Smith.
another timeline.
Bro, Will Smith gave a little slap and they like took his award away and banned him for 10 years. Dude, that's what this cancel culture is all about, man. No violence. Mike Tyson's gonna get crucified for this. Hopefully he doesn't though, because I watch his podcast and I know he on the toad and everything else. He likes his shroomies, but he's a kind soul. He's a very deep guy. Somebody that knows a lot about history too.
What's up, y'all? So,
I want to know which beat this is, just right quick. Curious.
Dude, I've been through so much in the last 4 months. We gotta catch up off air.
What's up, y'all? So,
There's Jermaine Dupri. Assisted in the screw movement. Oh, yeah, I'm about to wrap it, y'all. Michael Jackson and some LA Crips on the set of The Way You Make Me Feel, 1987.
I wish I could sing like Mike and do the pop thing, to be honest. The rap thing gets too crazy. I wish I could be a poppy guy.
Relationship with Coy?
Backstreet Boy out here.
Is Benzino fucking Coy? Hold on.
And been right with your daughter. As
That's
she
his
got
daughter.
older.
I didn't know that. I just learned something.
Yes,
You were still spending time?
See, I'm saying at that point she's an adult now. She doesn't even want to spend time. Resentment probably started coming in, but I didn't know about it. Nobody ever told me about it. All the resentment starts popping once Coy gets the deal, and I'm popping now. All of a sudden, there's resentment. I'm listening to it like with everybody else. But
hadn't your communication been right with your daughter as she got older and closer to the time of her actually having her own career?
Yes,
you were still spending time.
See, I'm saying at that point she's an adult now. She doesn't even want to spend time. Resentment probably started coming in, but I didn't know about it. Nobody ever told me about it.
He didn't even know? How the fuck, bro? He's in the music industry, and his daughter was moving into the music industry, and he didn't know about it? Yeah, that don't sound good. That sounds like you wasn't involved in her life. Oh, okay. Is this clip gonna show him hitting him? Let me see. This is the another one of the Mike Tyson one. Let's see if they show the actual clip of him hitting it. The first clips that came out had it in it, but they might be censoring it now because it's probably better to censor it. Let me see. Are they gonna show it?
Give me a second. I want to see. No, they didn't show it. They cut it out. So that's how things happens a lot. When things first happen, oh shit. A lot of times the raw video be there, and then after a day or two, then no longer the full clip don't be available. This nigga took that ball to his head, bro. Being a pitcher is dangerous as fuck. It looks like that mound is too close too. Is this college or high school or something? But it could just be the angle of the camera. It looks like the mound is too close. Bruh. Shit. If that would have happened in professional baseball, that dude might not be alive. Yeah, I'm about to wrap it. It's 4 a.m. Thank y'all for joining. I really appreciate you joining, Brendan. I've been trying to get you on here forever. I really want to hear some of your, not today, because I'm about to wrap it, but I want to hear some more of your perspectives on, like, you know, it's like the spirituality conversations that we be having that I don't get to have with a lot of people.
Bro, I did a lot of that lately, and my solution is I got to write a book from the first step I took to where I am now, because it explored a lot of different religions and a lot of different techniques of how to go about life. And I'll tell you which ones that worked and which ones that didn't, and when I needed certain protection from one energy and when I needed protection from a different energy. You know, like it's just, I think, like, really all things exist. You know, they say, oh, they don't exist. Actually, it does somewhere, you know?
Yeah, and then if you think about the multiverse, and you also think about multiple timelines, because more and more I think about time. Did I play that video? I don't think I ended up making it to that video. I wanted to cover that last week, about how time goes forward and back. Did I cover that video? Anybody here knows if I covered that video? Because I know I meant to cover that. How time, this lady was showing, I think I played it, or at least a little bit of it, entropy and stuff. And I've been thinking about time more and more and more, and how we don't really understand time. And then that video, she said that time flows in both directions. And that would make a lot of sense, because everything flows in both directions. Let me
See, time, you know what time is? Hypnosis. It's mind control. You're eternal light. So don't worry about time, you know? Time will get to you.
Doc says they didn't take away the award. He was still allowed membership, but is banned from being at live taping for 10 years. He has voluntarily resigned from the Academy on his own. You're talking about Will Smith. I don't remember us mentioning him.
Will Smith, man, you know, Denzel said it best. Especially in Hollywood. That seems to be the pickings of, like, the devil's playground. And, you know, you'll see it everywhere. If you look for it, you'll find it. I'm not going to go into it, but
I don't think you have to look for
Denzel said when you're at your highest, the devil comes for you. And it's just like, look at everything he worked for, led up to that award. You know, his family's supposed to be there for him. Instead, he's got a broken marriage, which leads him to hitting a guy. You know what I mean? Like, the devil's in the details there. That's why he went along with that sinful, like, open shit for too long, bro, and was all into his own ego, and then the devil shook him. But that was only because he allowed it to.
Well, what I say is, everybody has to pay. So,
I wouldn't even say a devil. It's like, almost as if I fear that it's well, I don't fear, but I think it's like trapped souls, bro, that like are able to drain your energy and make you do shit.
Yeah, entities, because there's higher levels of existence. That's where we get lost in our perception of this reality, and we think that this is it. But there's entities that's below us and above us, and these are conscious entities.
Yeah, bro. And they could be doing all sorts of shit to you. I feel like everybody in the whole United States don't even know who they are. They haven't acted 1 ounce of who they were in the last 20 years. They lost themselves, bro. I feel like it's just all some kind of fucking demon shit. I don't even know, man. It's like a demon takeover. I gotta guard myself. I used to want to go to war against it, but I don't think that's my battle right now. I gotta guard myself of all of these shit. Like I turn on the news, bro. I boil it down to sex. It's all about sex, attention, and just inner demons and insecurities, or just the lack of thrill in their life. They gotta go out doing and malfunctioning like this. Humans are like malfunctioning, man. It was just, oh well. They're just like, oh well, it's time's up. Oh well. No, oh well.
And Neo is the glitch in the Matrix, which is the one that's actually functioning properly. You get what I'm saying? With what you're saying, we're malfunctioning, but that's the narrative. That's what they want.
If I was Neo, I would say,
the glitch is the guy that thinks for himself, who's not going with the narrative.
Can he unglitch everybody? Because that should be mission number 1, right?
Well, you have to do. You can't just do them all at once unless you can figure out some kind of program that could do that. But so the way the Matrix works is that you had to go and do them kind of like individually.
Damn! Damn! Everybody up good? We all good? Damn! Damn! Did it on Snap? Oh my God! Fucking got knocked the fuck out! Damn, my nigga. Hey, where you at?
I'm a hero,
oh, shit. Where you at? You got knocked the fuck out!
I'm not in my spirit.
Damn! You about to tase this nigga. What's happening? I put this in the slow mo. We ain't got none.
Or do I have a mentality when it well, and I just be a fucking just like everyone else?
Damn!
The system. Like, what is the system, bro? I'm not trying to crash the Matrix out here.
Yeah.
Or do I just ride the Matrix, man? Do I just play the money game?
I want to crash it. I want to burn the whole thing down.
You want me to crash the Matrix?
I'm not saying you. I'm saying me. I'd love to just see it fall apart.
What the fuck, bro? No, how about just go on and be purified with a better understanding, a relaxation?
I'm not in this for myself. I want to see this burn down for the sake of everybody else. People that'll be here after I'm gone. We've suffered enough.
I believe in humanity, bro, but it's just there's gonna be a shift of power that's gonna be pretty brutal, one way or another, unless they beat us to it. And look, then it's mission complete. They're already doing it. They're already, you know what I mean? The world needs to come together. There should be no fucking war. You know what I mean? We need to unite, and we need to figure out just some certain basic shit. Just some certain basic shit, ways of life, you know? And then 2 generations down the road, it will be all fucking culture.
Yep.
Because the technology's here now. We didn't have it. So it's like, look, we're not blaming you because we're not calling you stupid because you didn't have it figured out. It's like, but now the technology's here, so we have a better way. It's going to benefit everybody tenfold, you know, with nothing stopping it other than you. It's like, the better way would be, first of all, would be we need to relax the nation, because not the nation, the world. Relax the world, man. And peace of mind with health would be number one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially in, countries like the United States, that are supposed to set the trend. The technology's there. I mean, they're hiding so much technology, bro. Good Lord. They can 3D print, they can clone. What the fuck? If they can figure out how to trap your consciousness, you're done for. How you gonna get out? That's my worst fear. Am I trapped in the Matrix? Did I get trapped here? How long have I been here? Is this my first time living, or have I been here fucking billions of years? Am I in a loop? What am I doing?
I think those are questions that we all need to be asking ourselves. I think about Groundhog Day every day. And what I try to do is I try to live each one of my days on the planet as a day that I will be okay with being a Groundhog Day. If that makes any sense. The movie Groundhog Day, the guy, he had to keep living the same day over and over until he did it right.
What? Chaka, I just moved my sister into that town where Groundhog Day was filmed. It's called Woodstock, Illinois. They filmed Groundhog Day there. That's where my sister lives now. I shouldn't
that's
even
cool.
be giving that information out on the web.
Yeah, well, people have a hard time finding her in a whole city, bro. And I don't think people hate you, so I think you're good. Yeah, so Groundhog Day. I like to live each one of my days on this planet as a Groundhog Day. When I say that, I mean, am I going to be okay with this day? If I had to live this day over and over again, it'd be okay. So then I really think about this. So then that means you need to make each day, a great day, have a good experience, maybe do something new that you never did before. Make sure that you feed all your, what you need for yourself. Like create something. You have to have created something that day. We're creators naturally, so we need to create things. So you need to have created something that day. You need to have done something maybe new, do something that you've been wanting to do, something that's good for you. Like let's say working out, walking in the park or whatever, spending time with family, maybe making some money too. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, are you okay? Like you ask yourself, after the day passes, you look back on yesterday, you ask yourself, am I okay with that day going over and over again? Now, some things are out of your control. Sometimes you have crazy days, things happen. But under normal circumstances, what's going to happen tomorrow. The sun's going to rise in the morning. You're going to have to go through your day and do whatever the hell you're going to have to do. So you have power over that. So like I like to plan my days in ahead. I usually plan my whole week. So I know what I'm going to do each day, and that's what it is. So like we have to consciously create our life, consciously create our day, and create a day that you're okay with living over and over again, because it was a good day.
Dude, no. I just saw this fucking movie. Dude, excuse my language. I just saw this movie. It's brand new. They get stuck in a time loop just like Groundhog Day. It's with the guy that was in oh fuck, I forget his name.
Was it the one they pulled into a neighborhood? They was thinking about buying a house, and it was a couple.
No,
Is that
dude,
the movie?
they're at a wedding.
Oh.
They're at a wedding, and I don't want to ruin it for you. So they're just at a wedding, and one character gets stuck living the same day every day, the wedding day, and it's explained how. And then he drags accidentally, like a chain of events happen. He drags the girl into the time loop with him. So then it's just about them, experiencing the time loop together, and then they figure out a way out of it, or they don't. I don't know. It's kind of like a cliffhanger. It could be taken both ways, but it's just like Groundhog Day. But I got to thinking to myself, bro, that would be such a hell, because I was catastrophizing everything.
Yeah.
Like every little fear of mine, dude. I would go down like a huge creative path where I just would zone out for an hour thinking about it. It's like, dude, why am I thinking about that?
It's okay. It's okay. If your spirit is pulling you to think about something, then you need to think about it. So, and I think that time loop would be hell. And I think that in that movie Groundhog Day, that's what they were showing, that dude was in hell. He couldn't even die to escape it.
Yeah. That is like a play on life right there. Which means you don't need to stress, because you're realizing hell is not dying. So you already are eternal. You can't die. So you play these short lives. You play these short lifespans to feel, something. Because if you're an eternal being, bro, you're gonna have everything 10,000 times, a million, infinite times. You're immortal. You know what I mean? Infinite times. Fuck that. I want to feel that for the first time.
Well, what if you've already been feeling it? And that's the thing. So what is important? Let's say you are infinite. So what would be important? Would it be how much money you made? The $10,000 a month.
Living a life without realizing you are. Living a
Well,
life without realizing you're immortal, because then you're vulnerable. You live the life. When you
right.
realize,
You don't want to know that you're immortal. That way
Yeah.
you can actually experience, because that's where I was going with this. You really want to focus on the experiences. You want to focus on, your connections to other people. You focus on, doing good in the world and leaving the world a better place after you leave.
But it could be a paradox. This could be an anomaly. This could be your origins to eternity, which is like, whoa, this is the motherland, the most sacred, most holy land of all time, and look what we're doing to it. You there?
I'm there. I'm reading this damn thing, and this shit makes me so mad. This makes me so mad, and this is what's happening, and this is what I keep telling everybody, and y'all need to freaking wake up and realize it. The reason why this house, I'm gonna read this comment, but I'm willing to bet that the reason why it sold for $935K was because of damn BlackRock or one of these damn investment corps came in, and they fucking outbidded everyone, and they're gonna turn it into a rental house. So, and the way people build wealth is through their house. Let me read this. It says, "I'm so done with home prices and crazy price bidding by rich assholes." It was probably BlackRock or whatever, because an individual person isn't going to pay double the price for a home. They're just not going to do it. Why? But a corporation will do it because they're going to make their money in time. They know they're going to make it. It says, "This house across the street from my parents was built in 2014 and sold for $185K at the time. I went to college aspiring to own a small, simple home like that. At the time, going through college, 2014 and 2018, I thought I will work really hard until I'm 30, save up for a down payment, then I'll be able to afford to start a home like this with my spouse. 4 days ago, the house was listed for sale for $540K. Today it sold for $935K. So it was listed at $540 and it sold at $935. Like, how do you think that happens? That happens because you got this liquid cash person that has all these unlimited fucking resources, which is a fucking investment corp, most likely, and they're willing to come in way over because they know they're going to make the money. So they outbid anybody else. Nobody can compete with that. If it was listed for $540
It
and sold
always
for
the monopoly.
$935, that's like double the amount, bro.
Bro,
That's
just follow the
bullshit.
money, man. Follow the money, bro.
Let me
Where does it
read a
go?
little bit more. It says literally what the
National
fuck.
Reserve or
It
Federal
says
Reserve.
It
Yeah.
says, I have lost hope in everything. I'm stuck living with my parents because I can't afford anything. My apartment that I rented in 2018 to 2019 was $800 a month. Right now, it's $2,800 a month. And in order to qualify your income must be 3 times the monthly rate. I feel so defeated. Everything I worked so hard for the past 10 years is officially out of reach. I'm just ready to fucking die. And I think this is the general consensus of the average person in the
Yeah.
States right now.
Yeah.
Because they
I
feel
mean,
fucked.
everything's fucked. And you know what's really fucked is you can't get away from it because outside you see it. It's on everyone's face, the mask and shit. Then you turn on the news, it's the war and shit, and it's all fucked. I mean, if you know anything about anything these days, you know you can't even trust our news. So you're watching it half-eyed, like just fucking sick to your stomach already because you have to watch this bullshit demon talk to you about, you know, whatever, when they really just care about sex and how they look.
And they don't care about nothing. They don't have no feelings. And then they act like they care. And then they be saying all these bullshit words that come out of their mouth. And I'm sitting there like, I know these words that are coming out of your mouth are bullshit. Like, it's hard for me to sit here and listen to this shit. Let me read comments
Right,
underneath
bro?
this. It
Like,
says,
you know, United States been doing some sketchy shit, bro. Like we don't get to see it. I don't want to go against my own nation or nothing, but we need to come together and get a little better. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna air them out, but let's just say some things are coming out, or it's just like, come on, man, are you fucking kidding me? You know?
It says, Doc's last comment, I think he left. He said, allowing the devil to take the blame is an excuse to allow the shifting of responsibility away from the person committing the violence.
Yeah, it is, because there was an Uber shooter here in Kalamazoo who shot up everybody on his way. He'd pick up people and drop them off, but on his way to people, he'd shoot everybody. It's called the Uber shooter. He said the devil made him do it, and I think he got off easier somehow. He pleaded insane. But that's not to say I recognized something. And I'm the first motherfucker that's going to say something. You know what? I recognize that if you go looking for anything, you'll find it. Searching, you'll find. Asking, you shall receive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you go hunting for evil like I was, thinking I'm an archangel, like end all evil being, you know, evil then will be there, you know? So there is evil. There is the devil, bro. There is. I mean, the devil won't ever fucking come to you unless you go looking for it.
Well, you don't have to go looking for him. You could just let him in. It's kind of
Or
like
let
how
him
the vampire thing, where they can't come into your home unless you invite them in. And that's what it is. The evil spirits, they can't come into your home unless you invite them in.
That's why your temple is your body. And your body reflects a universe inside you. You know, a galaxy inside you that has no limits, that has no time period. You know, it's forever. It's like, this is your body, this is your temple in your origins, and you're letting demonic like evil into it, and you're feeding it evil, and you're doing evil, and now you're getting mad because you realize it, and everyone else is doing it too, and now you're mad at everything, even mad at yourself. You're searching for answers, and it's like, whoa, hold up. How did I let these demons in me? You know? Hold up. Wait a second. Okay. You know, like the fucking Impractical Jokers or whatever. So then you recognize that. And then at that point, you do need to find the source, bro. You need to find the light. I panicked. I'm like, dude, every fucking superhero, every god, every good thing, every source, every light, I need help. I need help. I surrendered. I need help. I think I'm getting like evil possession or something in my life. And my eyes were open. You know, it was a process. It was. It wasn't opened overnight. I had a big struggle. I was drooling on myself. My heart was bumping out my chest. They said I had a side effect of some medicine, but in my head, it wasn't about the medicine. It was about the spiritual warfare in my head. And I realized that my whole life I had been demonic, and I didn't even know it.
And we all have to fight it. It's a constant battle. It's the constant battle. You know, it'll never end. You know, to find balance. The battle for balance.
Bro, and I don't want to be a Bible thumper going out preaching the light, doing all this shit, changing the world. I really don't. Because I really just want to be a rock star. Real shit. But I feel
You
as
can
if
do
I'm
it.
being
Just put in the
called
work. You already got the look. You got to put in work, though. Let me play this right here.
How y'all feeling? Last time we sat at this table, we touched $1 million. Thanks for all the views, y'all got me in my feelings. But now that we back, let me get it. They say
I thought it was something else. Anyways, I'm about to wrap it. I'm fucking tired. And we're over 5 hours. Yeah, bro, you got the look. You got the swag. All you got to do is produce a product that and really it's all about marketing, because a lot of times the product don't even matter that much. But you know, I did a digital release, bro. I released my music, bro. I got some shit on Spotify right now, and today what I was working on was a second release. And well, I'm gonna have to check it. I'll probably check it after we get off the show right now and see where it's at, and if they need me to do some modifications on it so it can continue to go on this process. But I got 8 songs on, and it's not just Spotify. It's gonna be on all of them eventually. But right now it's live on Spotify. I got 8 songs on there.
Bro,
So yeah,
straight legit hip hop.
and I want to make some new music. I'm about to go in that direction.
Your style is straight hip hop.
Yeah,
My style
I'm about.
is kind of different. I don't know what. I don't think the world knows of it.
Well, like
The
I said, you
style
just
I
got to
got.
put in the grind, bro. And I recommend you go to a real studio. I can recommend you one, and record your stuff professionally, and have a real engineer in there that can, you know, improve your sound or even help you find your sound.
Yeah, no, for real.
But yeah, I'm finna wrap it. Peace and love. I hope you're on tomorrow or the next day, bro. My Friday show is gonna be short, I think, and I'm sure we'll have a full show on Saturday. And yeah, that's it, bro. Maybe we can get into more of the spiritual stuff, because that's what I'm on right now. So maybe I'll think of the feel good segment tomorrow. I don't know. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Same bat channel.